guys, I'm just kind of done with the world, and I'm so happy and grateful that we've got this safe space here on YouTube. And can I just say that this nettle tea is sending me. Hello all my beautiful little unicorns, and welcome back to my channel. If this is the first time that you're on my channel, my name is Vanessa Somuayina, and I have authored and created various tarot and oracle decks. Over the years, I have published thousands of readings here on YouTube. You guys all know me as your big sis from the internet, and in today's highly personalized pick a card tarot reading, we will be figuring out precisely what your love story is going to look like. And what makes this reading so interactive and personal is that I will first introduce you to these 4 groups that you can choose from, and then once you click the timestamp to the group of your choice, you will then be fast forwarded to the first part of your love story reading. But that is by far not all. After you have received the first part of your reading, you get to scroll back down into the description box or to the pinned comment at the top of the comment section, click your zodiac sign, and you'll be fast forwarded to the second, even more intricate part of your love story reading. So let's just say I am very excited to connect with Spirit for this entire day and to help you receive channeled messages about what your love story is meant to be. So if you already feel at home and comfortable in this space, don't forget to subscribe to my channel and follow me on Instagram for more content. No, you guys, my Instagram profile was not hacked. I simply removed all of my older posts because they just didn't resonate anymore, and I want to share different types of content with you guys that just provides you with more value than selfies, for example. So therefore, I decided to restart my Instagram. So it would really mean the world to me to have your support on this journey. And lastly, before I get into the 4 groups, up until September 8th, the board promo on my website, Beau Life, is still on. So any order over angel number 111, so $111, will receive a completely free Divine Guidance Tarot and Oracle board, which comes with a free crystal pendulum as well. You don't need a code to benefit from this promotion. Every order over $111 automatically receives their free board, but if you would like to choose the color of your board, feel free to leave that in your order note, and we will do our best to accommodate you with the color of your choice if it's still in stock. But you guys, now enough talking. Let's get into the 4 groups that I have prepared for you today, which will make up for part 1 of your love story readings. Group number 1 corresponds to the messages from your animal spirit guides oracle deck, as well as Kane. Group number 2 corresponds to the Goddesses, Gods, and Guardians oracle deck, as well as Ogma. Group number 3 corresponds to the Shamanic Medicine oracle deck, as well as Brigid. And group number 4 corresponds to the Wandering Star Tarot, as well as Apollo. But you guys, as already mentioned, the timestamps to all 4 groups, as well as all signs of the zodiac, can be found below in the description box, as well as pinned to the top of the comment section for quick and easy access from your tablets, your mobile devices, and your TVs. And you guys, I recommend that you pick whichever deck of cards, as well as whichever individual that intuitively gives you a feeling of comfort, as well as maybe even a feeling of familiarity and love. So guys, I will now be getting into your reading, starting off with the first group, which corresponds to the messages from your animal spirit guides oracle deck, as well as Kane. So if this is the group that you chose, then please simply continue watching. And if you need a little bit more time to meditate on the 4 groups, feel free to do so right here, as I will just leave these on the screen for a little longer before getting into group number 1. So I'll catch you all during your individual love story predictions. Hello, group number 1. Welcome to your love story reading and prediction. I want to get straight into it with you. So first, I'll just give you a little close-up of Kane, which is the individual that you felt drawn towards alongside the deck of your choice. So Kane brings life force energy. Your love story is meant to play out with someone who has a strong sense of self, someone who has a lot of life force energy just already built into them, and potentially, as you can see here, someone who has their own traditions traditions and values, and comes from a place that you may consider a very amazing childhood and background, especially ethnically speaking. So I also want you to know here within Kane that this is a very friendly person. Your love story should play out with somebody who is emotionally healed, emotionally mature, and someone who has experienced a lot, but nevertheless they're still on their learning journey. And they're just the type of person who always has a smile on their face, always has a very positive outlook and a positive view on life. And I just want you to know here that when it comes to your love story, picking Kane shows us a certain amount of open-mindedness that you also have when it comes to love. And when it comes to things such as traditions and norms, you like traditions and norms that serve you and that bring purpose, but not those that make you feel kind of like imprisoned, if you will. So I'll just put Kane back here for you so we have their energy with us in the reading. And furthermore, I just want to say my channel is all inclusive. It's LGBTQ plus friendly. Everyone is welcome on here. So no matter who you're drawn towards or who you would like to be with romantically speaking when it comes to gender norms, just apply this reading to yourself. So first up, we've got the dog, and the dog represents this energy of loyalty. So your love life is meant to play out with someone who is super loyal and who also wants commitment. Okay, they want to be together forever. They are like a little puppy when you come home or when you're apart the whole day. They are so excited to see you, to be with you, and to spend more time with you, group number one. Furthermore, also here within the dog, I want you to know that this is someone who, once they found you, they don't really want to hang out with too many other people. Like, that is kind of it for them. They just want to be with you. And that is one message that the dog brings, that serving too many people is just not their style. That will just confuse them. And having literally, for example, if you are a straight female and you would like to be with a straight male, they will remove themselves from any female friends because they just know it's not serving them or the relationship that you're trying to build with them. So that's one thing that we've got here within the dog. Let's see what else we've got. Okay, the cheetah is up next. Get clear on your intention. I would like you to know here that when it comes to your love story, staying focused will have you achieve your goal way faster than if you're kind of letting things slide that you don't actually really appreciate. And trust me, I've been there, done that, group number one. If you are in a relationship or even a situationship and you don't like something that someone is doing, tell them right from the beginning, okay? Don't let it simmer, fester, or kind of sit there. Make sure that you make known very quickly when certain behaviors aren't respectful to you and are just not the types of behaviors that you wish to see from a romantic partner. So I've never filmed from this angle before, and I just kind of feel like we need to elevate these cards a little bit. So I'll just put some dye here just so we can like put these up and we keep this overall vibe of your love life in a way that you can see it as well as possible. Let me just make sure that my viewfinder is working. There we go. So I'm also just sensing from spirit, group number one, that you need a little pick-me-up, okay? And I have this new, I don't know if I would even call it deck. It's just like these affirmation cards. Yeah, it is an affirmation card deck actually, which I have created. It is called my daily affirmation circle. You guys, I am so happy that I came up with this because it is a guarantee to make you feel good. So if you've been feeling a little insecure or unsure about love and your love life in general, let's just hype you up a little bit before we delve even more deeply into your reading. So let's just see what kind of daily affirmations you are meant to receive today. So how this works is that you shuffle the cards and then you pick 6 individual ones in order to create your affirmation circle. And I just want you to know here that connecting this to your love reading actually means that we are also unlocking the different traits that your partner loves in you, okay? That the person that you're meant to live out your love story with just absolutely cannot resist within you. First up, we've got I will not stop until I win. Group number 1, say that out loud if you feel like giving up. But one thing about you is that even if you feel like giving up, you are not a quitter. That's a huge part of your personality. You've been through some really tough times, but never did you think to yourself that you're now going to give up or that you're now going to throw in the towel. Let's see what else that we've got. We've got I am accepting of my past. So group 1, you are truly the type of person who can forgive mistakes with other people, as well as learning to forgive mistakes that you yourself feel like you have made and that you feel a little bit guilty about or guilty for. That is something that you are not only working on, but you're actually becoming pretty successful at this, just accepting your past, accepting what has happened, and knowing that it doesn't need to define your future. Next up, we've got I am confident. Believe it or not, group number 1, one of your most attractive traits also in your love story is your confidence. It doesn't matter whether you're right or wrong, and it's just human nature that even when you're wrong, if you correct mistakes with more confidence and audacity, I don't know why as human beings, we just kind of like that. We just kind of like people who are bold and themselves, even if what they're doing is not always 100% right. And I don't mean like in a terrible manner as in harming other people. I just mean, for example, if you made a mistake at work, you may just correct that by making more jokes about it and just, saying to people around you like, hey, it's okay, we make mistakes, but now we can also correct them. Next up, we've got I care deeply about my well-being. And I hope that you are kind of saying these affirmations as we go, but we'll still repeat them all together. Group number 1, don't worry about that. So one thing that is a huge plus within your love story is that you do take care of yourself. Even if you have some off days, weeks, or months where self-care seems a little bit difficult for you to get to, I want you to know that when it comes to your love life, you're like truly the type of person who inspires their lover, the person who they're in a relationship with, to take better care of themselves because they see how seriously you take self-care. Next up, you are also proud of who you are. Group 1. Your love story benefits so much from you having pride in who you are and where you've come from, where you started off, the things that define you, that make you you. And the things that define you are things that you don't derive from a superficial place, but you derive what defines you from qualities that you have attained, that you have worked hard for, such as being patient, being empathetic and understanding, being hardworking. You are in charge of your life and your destiny. So if you're ever worried about your love story and how it's going to turn out, group number 1, don't sweat it. You are in charge of everything. You are more in charge than you're aware of, but after you've received this reading, trust me, there will be a lot of signs and a lot of clarity that comes towards you that you didn't expect, but you will know precisely is from this reading, because we will also go through some symbols, signs, synchronicities that you will experience shortly after you have received this psychic prediction that will remind you of the fact that you are on the right path. So this is your affirmation circle. Say it with me in order for us to make it more powerful and to truly manifest these different affirmations into your love life. I will not stop until I win. I will not stop until I win. I am confident. I am confident. I care deeply about my well-being. I care deeply about my well-being. I am in charge of my life and my destiny. I am in charge of my life and my destiny. I am proud of who I am. I am proud of who I am. I am accepting of my past. I am accepting of my past. Group 1, I hope that you enjoyed putting this affirmation circle together, but we'll delve even more deeply into your love story reading now, because this is a reading that is not only meant to uplift you, but of course also bring you more clarity about what your love story is supposed to be. A connection that we've got with Kane and the dog is also, of course, that Kane may be a passionate dog owner or dog lover. So know here within your love story that having pets show up is often symbolic of the type of pets that you will have with your romantic partner. Next up, we've got the octopus. Now, the octopus represents practicing shapeshifting by altering your physical appearance and mannerisms. So when it comes to your love story, it's not like you're pretending to be someone else. It's just that when it comes to your love story, there is a specific side to you that your person really likes. And the thing about Kane and the dog that we've already received is that this is the type of individual, this is the type of relationship that greatly benefits from you simply allowing them to help you, allowing them to do things for you. So even though you're super intelligent, just as the octopus, and there are a lot of things that you can do for yourself and you don't need help, remember that the octopus is also squishy, very fragile in a sense, okay, very sensitive and soft, and cannot be handled in a rough manner. And when it comes to your love story, apply that to yourself, group number 1. You are not meant to be handled roughly. You are not meant to be in a relationship that makes you feel like you cannot express your feelings. And you need someone who's emotionally intelligent. And a great part of your love story is that you don't have to feel bad for simply letting someone help you or letting someone do stuff for you. It is actually the best thing that you can do is just lean back, watch them be happy at making your life easier. That's what your love story is all about. Next up, we've got the mouse. You're overlooking some important details, so pay close attention to what's going on. Spirit and your guides can see that your love story has a lot of little details that you may overlook and where you could miss out on some very special moments in love. So pay close attention to the little things, as in how your person looks at you, the type of little things that they remember that you told them at one point that they made sure to incorporate. Like if you said you liked flowers, but specifically lilies, and they get you lilies. Like if you say you really, really love animals and they plan a date going to, for example, an animal sanctuary. So these are ways in which you can, of course, immediately know that your person is paying attention, and that will make your love story just that much more special, and just overall show you that who you're with is really someone who cares deeply about your interests, about your well-being, and about making you feel super happy. I also just want to add a spell into your reading, group number 1, because why not? I mean, spells are always good. So you're meant to receive a healing spell, a no more stress spell. Group number 1. Is this a love reading or a little therapy sesh? So here in your no more stress spell, in order to alleviate anxiety, depression, exhaustion, lethargy, as well as stress, these are the different ingredients that you are being called to use, to incorporate more of. So feel free to pause the video right here so you can properly read this no more stress spell and incorporate this into your life right now. I mean, like immediately after watching this video. Maybe you even have like an Amazon cart going, add an essential oil, like for example, a rosemary essential oil. Of course, garlic oil is maybe not necessarily something you would want to add. I don't even know if that exists, but you get the idea. If it's garlic, for example, with anxiety, if you like garlic and you can cook something with garlic tonight, do that for you. Just make sure you incorporate 1, 2, or 3 of these different ingredients as much as you possibly can into your life to alleviate stress that is repelling the type of love life that you're actually going for and that you would actually want for yourself. So you've got to be careful, group number 1, that you're not actually repelling the perfect lover or the perfect love life. Now let's move more deeply into your reading with the Pastel Journey Tarot. So I see here within the Devil that your love life is a little naughty, group number one, okay? Are you a little freak in the sheets? Are you someone who looks like a lady in the streets but a freak in the sheets? Oh my God, group number one, did we really just say that in a tarot reading, in a psychic prediction? You get what I'm trying to say here. There is like a naughty side, a side that is very seductive, and I can see that with your love story, there will be a lot of little naughty things that you're trying out with your person. And I truly want you to enjoy this. I want you to know that this is going to keep things very interesting and spicy for you, and to look forward to all of this that's coming your way. I will just place this card here on a crystal so that it's looking up a little more so we can see more of your cards. Oh my God, this setup, you guys, this setup is a little challenging. I'll also put this aqua aura point here so we can add another card into your prediction. So you're able to see it as well or as clearly as possible from this angle. I just thought, let me try an angle for just a more interesting, different perspective for you guys. So here within the Eight of Wands, once your love story is in motion, things are going to happen very, very quickly for you, group number one. So don't be surprised if you meet your person and shortly thereafter, it's like you're already in a committed relationship talking about marriage. That's the kind of vibe that I see here within the Eight of Wands that your love life is bringing for us. Let's just see like how quickly after meeting them you're going to be talking about marriage. Okay, Spirit says literally 3 dates. 3 dates, and you guys are going to be talking about the topic of marriage, children, settling down, all of these things. I just want you to know here that when it comes to your love story, there is a lot happening that you didn't expect, but that is actually really going to serve you like in the best possible way, because you'll have stability, you'll have emotional intelligence. And I just also want you to know here with Illusion that in the past, you were kind of led to believe that someone was something that they're not, okay? So dating was maybe pretty traumatic for you, or you kind of thought that you knew where a relationship or situationship was going, and then it turned out to be the complete opposite, or the person just told you what you wanted to hear and didn't actually mean it. But I see here within Illusion, because you have grown from that and you're way more willing to embrace the truth than comfort yourself with a lie, that actually like you're asking all the right questions. And because you, rather than become bitter, have always had this attitude of gratitude for everything that you've been taught and every experience that you have been through in this lifetime, you are actually channeling a type of love story that gives you even more to be grateful for. So this is a love story that you want, that you're going to look forward to, one that is fulfilling and makes you feel like your life is really complete. So all of this is pretty symbolic of an awesome love life. Let's move a little further into your reading. We've also got memories. So your love life is going to remind you of something from your past, okay, from loved ones. The person that you're meant to end up with is not necessarily somebody who looks like a family member, but they just have some traits that soothe and comfort you because you're already familiar with those from your own family and from your own background. It could be loyalty, like we spoke about in the dog. It could be that every time you need something, they act very quickly. I see that in the cheetah and in the Eight of Wands. Like if you have an issue with your car, if you have an issue paying for something, they're immediately just there asking you, hey, what do you need? How can I help? How can I make your life easier? That is one thing that I can definitely see here within your reading, group number one. So I will now just cleanse, clear your space, and be right back with you so we can just add a little more information to your love story before you delve into the part that is based on your zodiac sign. Group one, I'll be right back with you in just a moment. Welcome back, group number 1. Let's see what else that we've got in regards to your love story for part 1 of your prediction. So first up, we've got the Two of Swords, which shows us that when it comes to love, you're the type of person who has to make decisions based on their intuition. Don't go with rationality. Someone may look great on paper, and by that I mean like rationally speaking, yeah, they studied law, they're a doctor, engineer, whatever those kind of like societal norms that they fulfill may be. That doesn't mean that a relationship with that person will be successful for you, group number 1. So it's important that you go with whoever gives you the right kind of feeling and vibe, not who you think friends, family, and society wants you to be or is praising the most. The moon in reverse shows that the best way for you to do this is to unblock some of your intuition that you have kept locked away for a while because maybe you were ashamed to feel as though it's better for you to date someone who is like more conventional. Maybe your friends and family want you to settle down already, even though you just feel like you need more time and you really want to find the right one, not just a random John walking down the street. And not to like hate on any Johns. I'm sure some of you are in great relationships with people named John, but know here within the Strength card reverse that sometimes the strongest thing for you to do is to just completely block out what anyone else wants or says about love to you and to decide on your own, okay? And to rekindle and regain that connection with your intuition that was lost along the way as you were pressured into different situations that maybe you weren't ready to be pressured into. I mean, if you had to be pressured into something, then by default, it was not for you. You were not ready for it. So I'm just gonna grab my Wild Muse Oracle deck cards. I love this deck of mine because it just feels so empowering and it's so beautiful. Here it is. This is the Wild Muse Oracle, and it already wants to speak. I love when the cards just pop right out. So within Claim Your Energy, a clear message about your love story is to claim your energy as yours. And also when you meet someone and you're in a romantic relationship, don't forget to do the things that you like. And this is like a huge thing that I sometimes struggle with. Once I get very involved with someone, I want to be there for them, with them. I want to do things with them. And it can be difficult to keep your own hobbies and interests going when you're very focused or infatuated by another person. So try not to lose that even when in a romantic relationship. And if necessary, test the relationship. Let's be real. If you really want to be with someone and they are treating you in a way that disturbs you and you tell them and they then pull away if you do it again, you will try to make it up to them. You will try to still make the relationship work, right? If your person even says like, hey, I need some space to do my own things, I hope you don't mind, you're not going to see that as a death sentence for the relationship. So never settle for someone who gives you this feeling like you fulfilling your needs is going to end the relationship. Like, just walk away and confess to yourself here that that was an act of self-harm, to be in a relationship where you cannot allow yourself to be yourself out of fear of someone else not liking it, what they may think, or them leaving you. Who cares? The right person is going to love you regardless of how much time you take in the morning to get ready, of how grumpy you are when you get hangry, of what kind of things you like or don't like. Just understand here that when it comes to true love, your person will be so accepting of every part of you. So this is my bag of letters. Okay, I just have it in a Bow Life pouch, which, in case you guys didn't know, all of my crystal rings and a lot of the decks that I have created, well, all of them that I have created are on my store Bow Life. And you can check it out. The link is in the description box. And I also have a Patreon, by the way, you guys, for like uncensored readings where I can say things that YouTube doesn't allow me to. So we've got the letter T for your person, group number 1. This is an important letter within their name. Let's see what else did we intuitively receive from Spirit. We've also got V as an important letter within their name. And I just want to pull one more letter out for you. All right, we also have R. There we go, so you can see very clearly. And I would just like for us to bring as much clarity as we can into your prediction. So therefore, I will also be using some die. Let's figure out what their sun sign is. Ooh, okay, Spirit says strong Gemini energy. Let's zoom in for you. Let's see if our camera will pick this up. There we go. Gemini energy, my beautiful souls of group number 1. They're the type of person who is either Gemini sun or Gemini rising. That's one thing that I can see here. They are a great communicator. Your lover or your love story is meant to play out with somebody who knows how to speak to you, who knows how to soothe you. But group 1, this is all that we have for part 1 of your prediction. I will now roll into the zodiac portion of your reading. So scroll down into the description box, click your zodiac sign. Before you do so, leave a little lion emoji below in the comment section to let me and others know that you belong to group 1 and you watched it all the way to the end. And I will catch you at the click of your zodiac signs timestamp. Hello, all of my beautiful souls of group number 2. Now you chose Ogma as well as the Goddesses, Gods, and Guardians Oracle deck. So I want to get straight into your reading, starting off with Ogma. So what this shows us here about your love story is that you're meant to be with somebody who has very piercing, mesmerizing eyes. They may even quite literally have blue eyes as well as reddish kind of hair. But I just want you to know here that Ogma represents the fact that this person has a face that you will remember, even if you meet them just once, even if you see them walking by on the street. Your love story is meant to play out with somebody who has some very distinct features that are not super common within the general population. And within Ogma, remind yourself that this is a very sensitive kind of person. So if you've got more of a direct approach, keep that with you, but remind yourself that words, once they are spoken and put out there, can never be retracted. You can never take them back. So be very careful when you're in an argument in your future relationship or marriage, not to be too feisty or say something that you will regret later on, because after all, there's no point in saying anything too harsh. If you want to be with someone forever, the relationship comes first. It's best to cool off and then revisit the conversation when you have found your ground, when you have found the space in which you can respectfully say how it is that you feel. So with Ogma, we also have someone who gives you this vibe of being trustworthy and is by society standards attractive. I want you to know that your love story is meant to play out with someone whose aura color is green and who is responsible and most likely also older than you. Let's see just how many years we're speaking of. Spirit, let us know. We've got the number 5. Let me just put that right here into our viewfinder. There we go. So we've got the number 5 for you when it comes to the amount of years that you're apart with your person, group number 2. And this is just overall symbolic of how many years you're apart when it comes to your biological age. But of course, mentally, there can be a little discrepancy, not a bad one. Just know here that they may be actually even older than you because they grew up with siblings and they were the oldest one and always had to care for others. I see here within the Avalon Priestess that the person with whom your love story will play out with is someone who just intuitively knows you without you needing to say a word. Your intuitive awakening will happen in a relationship that is just meant to be, because you're not going to have to beg for them to understand you or to do things in a manner that makes you feel comfortable. When you're in a room together, you don't need to speak too much because you both just intuitively know what the other person needs. I also want you to know in the Avalon Priestess that you will feel like exploring the darker side of yourself as well. So wearing things such as hoodie, baggy clothing, darker clothing, and also exploring a little bit of a witchy, mystical side of yourself. You feel very comfortable being alternative around your lover with whom your love story is supposed to play out with. And that is because they themselves are not someone who is super like conforming to society's norms. So they really get the beauty in standing out and being different and not always just complying with what everyone thinks that you should be doing. So let's put this right over here. We've got our Avalon Priestess as well within your reading, and move a little further into it, shall we? Let's see what Spirit has to say. I just want to make sure this is in focus. So let's intuitively select the next card for your love story, group number 2. We've got Mother Mary. Oh, I love seeing this show up within your reading because it just shows that soft life is meant to be your love story. You're not meant to be in a harsh relationship where you're constantly fighting. You're not meant to be in a relationship with someone who brings out your divine masculine. You're meant to be with someone who allows you to live a soft life and in your divine feminine. Mother Mary also shows family vibes, so being the mother figure of little human babies or pet babies, and just having this kind of vibe of matriarchy being at the epicenter of your family life, like what you say goes, and just overall mom vibes. No matter whether you are an actual mom or you just feel like a mom and you've always been the mom friend, Mother Mary definitely shows here that you will finally also feel safe to kind of just cry and be yourself in this love story, in this relationship, because you don't feel judged and you don't feel like they see tears as you weaponizing it, because you're with a healthy person, someone who has literally been to therapy. And this is just something that people underestimate the importance of, like self-reflection, going to therapy. It is priceless in a romantic relationship, being with somebody who doesn't allow you to feel like literally the bare minimum of kindness and transparency is too much. And it is just so healing, so freeing and opening to be in such a relationship rather than one where you are constantly kept in fight or flight mode. So I'm going to move more deeply into your love story using the Pastel Journey Tarot. I love this tarot deck of mine, which I created. It is so beautiful, so artsy. Here within the Three of Cups, know that your love story is going to commence at a get-together where you meet your person, okay? Your love story is going to be with someone that you met on a night out or at a work gathering. It is like a social affair where there are lots of different people and you're having a good time and you're showing yourself from a very fun side, or at least the more outgoing side of yourself. And it's not that this person will continue to expect that from you, but it just shows here also with Ogma and watching your words being important, that your love story is meant to start with them having a really great first impression of you, because you could keep and hold a conversation. You were very interesting. You were funny. They met you in a social setting where they really got to see you from an angle that shows that you are well-mannered and well-groomed as well, because you were looking very hot, group number 2. The Wheel of Fortune shows us here that your love story is overall a pretty lucky one. The Wheel of Fortune is a card that is symbolic of good luck and good fortune. And of course, in midst of the fortune and good luck, there will be some episodes of challenges, but just overall, your love story is a more positive one. Of course, we're all humans. We've got ups and downs, but know in the Wheel of Fortune that this just shows that your love story, and when you enter it, it's like a turning point in your life. It's like a beginning that you needed, a fresh start that is moving you towards your destiny. And here in the Knight of Pentacles, we have more information on whom your love story is meant to play out with. Now, the suit of Pentacles corresponds to the element of earth, And the Knight of Pentacles does represent, for example, Virgo, Capricorn, or Taurus energy. So they're heavy on that. The Knight of Pentacles shows him here or her riding in on a white horse, and they look pretty unimpressed. So they're difficult to read at the beginning. But I want you to know here that they do that because they have a lot to offer, and they don't want people seeing that too early on. Your love story will play out with somebody who kind of tests potential candidates, romantically speaking. So they may even come from a pretty affluent or wealthy background, and they don't want to be used. They don't want for somebody to know that right from the get-go and then kind of act in a way more funny, interested, and kind manner than they usually would. They want to see the real you. So that's why at first your love story may start off a little bit like not lukewarm, but with them just showing the real them to you before then saying, hey, this is actually my background. I went to private school. I went skiing in St. Moritz every single year in Switzerland. I've visited the Grand Canyon. I've seen Sydney. I've literally been all over the world, and I've flown in private jets. So that is what they're going to reveal to you way later on, that they had nannies, private tutors, chefs, etc. But at the beginning, it's just kind of going to be, hey, this is me. Like, my name is so-and-so. Probably not Ogma, probably a more new age version of that. And them just describing what they like to do, what they like to eat, what they like to do in their free time. I see here within these 7 deadly sins that your person has all too often come in contact with humanity's destructive traits, and all because of wealth and money and status, and because they were always kind of like in the middle of these challenges, and they experience how ugly people can get as soon as there's money and status involved. They just don't even want that to be a reality anymore, especially within their romantic relationships. Here with an animal bond, they prefer animals to humans, honestly. And maybe you've kind of grown to be like that as well, group number 2. Just know here within the animal bond that you, within your love story, are going to not only help and foster animals, but you're maybe also going to be able to set up a foundation with your person that helps different animals, both in the oceans as well as in jungles, to be preserved and to not go extinct. Okay, so the animal bond and standing up for animals is a big one. And your love story, and if you are a passionate meat eater, don't worry, okay? Also, I did also grow up in a meat eating household, and it was considered so strange when I was vegetarian and then plant-based. You guys know I'm part Nigerian, so my mom literally thought I was going crazy. So please don't take this the wrong way, but standing up for animals also does include you in your love story with your partner, with your family, not consuming animals wherever possible, maybe even considering vegetarianism or being plant-based. The dragonfly shows us here that overall the goal with you is to live life to the fullest, and you need a partner in order to have a fulfilling love story that has the same philosophy. And the dragonfly definitely shows us here that this is what you're getting in your love story. You're getting someone that you can look up to, that inspires you, someone who looks at you in a way that you can just see the love within their eyes and in their face. And you know it's so pure and so real. And your love story is all about the magical little moments as well as the big situations that are worth celebrating. So living to the fullest also means, if you desire a wedding, having the wedding of your dreams. Living to your fullest also means, if you desire a family, having the amount of kids that you are passionate about, that you truly want. It also means living in the country you would like to live, traveling to your heart's desires, which will be very possible with your person and their background. And here within the manatee, aka the dugong, know here that there will be something that you will not be able to change in your love story, and you will have to learn to just accept that. I get this vibe with Mother Mary and the tears and the emotional healing, that this is about a deceased parent, a deceased mother figure. So someone's mom or grandmother is no more, or is going to pass away at the earlier stage of the connection, and it is definitely something that will be challenging. Maybe this person, your partner's mom or grandmother, has already passed away, so therefore that's where this mother healing is already from within your reading. And the whole point of this is to cherish each other while you're here, to not waste any time arguing, and also to know that while you can't change that, you can still be with your deceased loved ones in spirit. You can still make them proud at this very moment in time. Next up, we've got the boar. Now, the boar shows you facing your problems head on with confidence and courage and emerging victoriously. This is one thing that your love story brings forth in you. No matter how challenging things get, even in your romantic life, you face it head on. And this is one of the things that makes you the most attractive to a potential partner. The fact that you are not afraid to step into your courage and to do something about whatever bothers you. The fact that you would rather be alone than be in an unhappy relationship, and you would rather just leave someone that's just stressing you out because you know you can do better. And I do see here in the emu, like, you will have to do that before you meet your person. You will have to walk away. Walk away from a current situationship. If you feel attacked right now, group number 2, you know why. Because you're not meant to be in a situationship. And the emu shows that this is a good time for a new adventure. AKA a good time for a new relationship, for a new person to have the opportunity to win your heart. Because if the person you're seeing so far, if it's been months that you've been seeing this person and you still cannot say that they've won your heart or make you just feel like you are on cloud 9, it's time for a new adventure, group number 2. There's no other way to say it. Sorry for my weird, creepy laugh, but you guys, there's a reason why you call me the big sis from the internet. There's a reason why you guys call me the unicorn mom, because you know I will always be as honest to you as a sister would be. And sometimes it is hard, sometimes it hurts, but you need to hear it, okay? It's for your own good. Within the tortoise, know that when you're too fragmented, you've got to reground yourself. And your love story is one that kind of thrives on you having super grounded energy, in the sense of when you're all over the place and super scattered, try to just take some time to regenerate, to re-energize yourself by just doing you, okay? Your love story involves you being in the shape of your life, meaning mentally super sane and healthy, and also eating healthily. So your love story has a lot of good vibes and good energies that we've received from the cards. But it's also important for you to bear in mind that when there are lows, there are different coping mechanisms that you can use, that you have learned, and to make sure that you do use them, because it will create more trust between you and the person that you're meant to end up with, okay? And this person being represented in Ogma physically as well as psychologically, it just shows somebody who can appreciate you taking steps back before reacting. One thing about Ogma is that they do not like reactivity, and a big reason for this is also because as they belong to the suit of pentacles, this means that they are a shrewd businessman, they are a shrewd business person. They do not like somebody who just reacts purely emotionally charged, purely without thinking, but just going for whatever they want, because they know that can cause losses in the form of millions of dollars if that is done impulsively in a marriage with them or in a business relation with them. They want someone who is calm, who is grounded, who knows when to bring up a challenging topic, and who knows when to kind of put it to the side, just ignore until the time is right, until business has been done. So it's not that they want someone that excuses bad behavior, they just want someone who is tactful, loyal, and also very elegant when it comes to picking their timing. So group number 2, this is the first part to your reading that I've received for you. I hope that you've enjoyed this and that you found it insightful. Feel free to let me know below in the comment section. Also leave a little pig emoji in the comment section to let me and others know that you made it to the end of the first part of your reading. But now we'll delve into the second, even more intricate part of your love story prediction, which is based on your zodiac sign. So scroll down into the description box, click your zodiac sign's timestamp, and I will catch you during part 2 of your love story reading. Hello, all my beautiful souls of group number 3. Welcome to the first part of your love story readings. I'm so ready to get into your predictions and figure out what your love story is going to be. So first up, you chose Brigid as well as the Shamanic Medicine Oracle deck. So let's have a quick glance at Brigid first. Brigid is this gorgeous red-haired individual that just looks like she belongs in an enchanted forest and just looks like she's cooking up some sort of potion that's going to make you live forever and with which you will like never grow sick, grow old. Like she just has the fountain of youth within her. Like, do you see that as well, group number 3, or is it just me? Leave a little fire emoji below in the comment section to let me and others know that you're here and that you get the vibe. Let me just put down the exposure right here so it's not too bright. So Brigid is the representation of your love story in the form of a human being. Fiery, passionate, but still somehow safe, youthful, bubbly, as well as fun, and also caring and nurturing. You may quite literally be attracted to Brigid, whether you're straight or not, it doesn't matter. Just the aura, the energy is what we're speaking of. For example, a male friend as well as a female friend that you both know might have a very similar vibe and aura, and that has nothing to do with their sensual orientation or who they identify as. It's just who they are on the inside, because at the end of the day, all of that stuff doesn't matter. So with Brigid, remind yourself here of the fact that your love story is one of healing. If you're going through health struggles right now, know that the right partner will help you heal and feel better. Also, meeting somebody who hasn't had the easiest history, medically speaking, maybe they had a surgery that didn't go as expected, or just as a kid, they had some issues where they had to be in the hospital for some longer spurts of time, either because they were sick or they had to watch a parent, someone very close to them, go through a lot of traumatic medical experiences. And rather than pulling them down and breaking them, it has actually made them a healer and taught them a lot of valuable knowledge about what being healthy is all about, and also how to be healthy in an unconventional way. Through diet, through exercise, through healthy thoughts as well, right? Not putting yourself or others down, constantly trying to keep yourself in a mood that is actually manifesting the life that you desire. All that makes a difference. And I see that your love story is in total awareness of that. But let's use our Shamanic Medicine Oracle deck to figure out more details about your love story, group number 3. So first up, we've got the Great Mystery. Trust that your love story is still coming and has yet to transpire. Within the Great Mystery, we have what looks like a lion that's depicted. I'm not sure if it's a female or a male one, but here with the butterfly, we have bravery from the lion and transformation from the butterfly is what I meant to say. So having the courage to try something new is what I see here for your love story. You had a type, group number 3. Believe it or not, notice it or not, you did have a type when it comes to dating. But the person with whom your love story is meant to play out with, they kind of defy all of those norms, all of those type expectations that you had, all of the norms that you used to have within your relationships. And these norms didn't work, clearly, until you found the one. And I want you to know here within the Great Mystery to trust that sometimes what seems like it's not what you want or not what you wished for is actually for you. And this is definitely something that a lot of people are unaware of. that what they think they want romantically speaking, let me just prop your card up back here. What you may think that you want and you need is not necessarily always true, because just as, for example, your friends, your family may choose a different romantic partner for you than you would choose for yourself, that's not because they don't love you or care about you. That's sometimes because they care more about you than you care about yourself. That's why you're dating these athletes, these dealers, these people, these finance bros, okay, who are just all talk, no walk, and are just in the end toxic for you, group number 3. So you guys know I'm always going to be honest and call you out on whatever you need to be called out on. And this is just a message that I got that I knew we needed to address. So let's see what we've got next. We've got East. Okay. So one thing about meeting your person is that the first date is going to be like an emergence, is in like in the morning hours, okay, when the sun emerges. I want you to know here that your love story is going to be set in a more daytime kind of atmosphere. You're not going to go out a lot with your person. You're more homebodies. You're not going to be partying very much. And mornings are going to be like your favorite time. Waking up next to the person you're with, feeling almost like in disbelief that you're lucky enough to have such an awesome love story. Now, East also does represent that music and singing is a part of your love story. And at first you may be kind of shy to move your body or to sing in front of your person, but after a while it will become normal and you'll even do it together. It will be like a very therapeutic hobby for you both to indulge in. And singing during car rides, that's a big one. Road trips is one thing that I keep hearing as I look at East and I connect with your guides. Being on the road, being in vehicles, traveling, and also overnight flights. That's one thing that I'm getting here from East a lot too. Now, group number 3, I just have this feeling that a little pick-me-up may be good for you. I feel like your confidence could use a little boost. So therefore, I am going to now use my daily affirmation circle. This is actually a deck, a 100-card deck that I developed. It's linked below in the description box for all of you who are interested, but we'll do it right here together. So you guys, let's do your little daily affirmation circle so you can say your affirmations, manifest them, and also just see what qualities and parts of you are most desirable in your love story and what you'll need to think of day by day. First up, we've got I know when to walk away. Wow, this is very powerful, group number 3, because knowing when to walk away is the only way that you will, in the end, reach your love story. Because if you stay in a story that isn't meant for you, and by that I mean if you stay with somebody who doesn't honor, value, or respect you, who breadcrumbs you, then your love story will never be able to take place. So therefore, it is very important that you know when to walk away from an ungrateful lover. We have a card that popped out of the pile as I was shuffling it, which is I believe that my life is limitless. Group 3, if you've ever kind of overthought whether you're meant to actually have an awesome love story, know that this is an affirmation that you need. You have to tell yourself every single day how limitless your life is, and also how you can accomplish anything that you set your mind towards. Yes, you're courageous and you face your fears. We kind of spoke about that within the Great Mystery with the lion, and how courage and transformation are both important parts of your love story. People love to see the transformation that you've gone through to get to your love story. So being from maybe even a very unfair relationship to finally being in this love story of yours will also help you to accept your past. I am accepting of my past. Group 3, what mistakes have you made in your past that made you feel like you couldn't forgive yourself, or that made you feel less accepting of yourself? If you feel brave to do so, as we've been talking about bravery and how the lion is kind of the spirit animal we have here within your reading, feel free, if you feel brave, to leave a comment below in the comment section about what parts of your past you maybe struggle to forgive yourself for, and allow for everyone in the unicorn family to be able to tell you that whatever you've been through, whatever you feel ashamed of, it's okay, because we've all made mistakes, and you deserve to accept your past. You deserve to move on from it. And also to remind yourself that it's okay. We all make mistakes. You're not the only one. And as we're human beings and we all make mistakes, we also all need to find a way to accept and forgive ourselves for those mistakes so we can move on. Next up, we've got I Am Never Alone. Believe it or not, group number 3, Somuayina, which is my middle name, actually means I will never be alone. So we really connect when it comes to that. And your love story is all about you having a partner that's always there. You will never be alone. That's the message that we've got here. They're always going to be around, and quite literally speaking, you will be spending a lot of time together with your future partner in the physical sense. So home office and them being able to do business with you is what I can see, hear, and feel within your reading, group number 3. I choose people who choose me. Yes. So this goes beautifully with the very first affirmation that you received, that you know when to walk away. And that's it. You walk away when you're around people who don't choose you, because you choose people who choose you back. Now, group number 3, as I'm packing the affirmation circle back into its box, I will go through the affirmations with you. Please repeat them after me to manifest them, to speak them into existence, and to bring them into your love story. I am courageous and face my fears. I am courageous and face my fears. I am accepting of my past. I am accepting of my past. I choose people who choose me. I choose people who choose me. I am never alone. I am never alone. I believe that my life is limitless. I believe that my life is limitless. I love that for us, group number 3. So I'm just going to light some incense, because why not? Let's just clear the space after our little affirmations, just to kind of like solidify them with the right energies and intentions, to speak them into existence, into the universe, and make sure that they come our way sooner rather than later, right? That we stick to these affirmations. So group number 3, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to clear the space. I already cleansed it, and then I'll be back to move a little more deeply into your love story reading. Just hold on tight and I'll be right back with you. Welcome back, group number 3. So now let's delve more deeply into your love story. I'm now going to use the Gentle Heart Tarot deck, which is the first tarot deck that I ever published, which I still love so much. I use it almost every single day. And as you can see, the wear and tear is minimal. I mean, it's been years, and the rose gold sides are still looking bomb AF. The cards are still in immaculate condition. The colors are vibrant. It just makes me so proud to not only be a tarot reader, but also a business owner who creates awesome products and decks for you guys. So next up, we've got the Queen of Crystals reversed. So I do see here that when it comes to your love story, there's someone who's leaving your life whose departure you will be happy of. So it could be, for example, an ex-girlfriend that is leaving your future partner alone for good as you enter the picture. But I also see someone like a mean boss, a mean teacher that has feminine energy. So most likely a woman. The Knight of Crystals reverse shows here that this is someone who is in a relationship, and they and their mean partner are going to leave, and that just gives you and your love story and your relationship more space to breathe and to bloom. So this is a very positive beginning. Even though it may seem like it isn't something that's all rainbows and unicorns, it's still a positive thing for destructive people to leave you alone. Now the Three of Cups shows here that once that happens, you will be able to have have huge celebrations that maybe you didn't quite know how to have in the past because you would have felt obliged to invite those people, those energy vampires, if you will. And this huge celebration can include a wedding, it can include a proposal, or for example, a big birthday bash that you're putting together. And just overall here, the Three of Cups shows you having a great time and your love story being filled with inviting guests whom you want to invite to your get-togethers and your parties. Next up, we have the King of Swords. Now, this gives us a little bit more information as to whom your person is, with whom your love story will play out with. The King of Swords shows someone who has very intense energy, someone who's very direct, and they do see too much emotionality as a threat sometimes. They like logic, they like to know what's up, and they like for you to be very direct. If you need something, just tell them and they're happy to give it. But if you're trying to make it like a big emotional thing, they're not going to be able to cope with it. So for example, if you're sad or upset because you need some money to pay bills, or there's something you really want to get, and that doesn't make you a materialistic person, because first of all, gifts is a real love language. Can we stop shaming that? And then second of all, I mean, if you can't, for example, pay an insurance bill, or you're really tight, how can anyone like be relaxed and happy like that, right? So of course here in the King of Swords, if you're just direct with them and you just say, hey, I need this for this reason, they'll just say, okay, fine. But if you start crying about it and you say, oh my God, nobody's helping me, I wish you would, why aren't you doing this for me, why aren't you doing that for me, then they're just going to see you as someone who nags a lot, and they are not going to do anything. They're literally just even more just going to like retreat, not say too much, not offer any help. And yeah, it is wrong, but at the same time, they just don't know how to cope with that, because they have very, very masculine energy that just wants an answer. They just want to know, okay, what is it that you desire? And then they can do it for you. Next up, we have the Ace of Diamonds reversed. So take your time to start off a business venture. Do it very slowly. The Ace of Diamonds shows that the more you try to rush into something, the more actually you're pushing your love story away. And you may ask yourself, what does business have to do with my love story? Well, the thing is that if you rush into a business venture and everything is chaotic and all over the place, you will not have time to invest into your relationship in a way that you need to for a relationship to be able to thrive. That is why you're being called to take things slowly and to be very aware of every single step to make sure that you maintain work-life balance. A huge sort of like quote unquote mistake that I made with my business Beau Life, but it wasn't a mistake because at the time I was in a relationship, so it wasn't necessarily like destroying the relationship, but it wasn't helping it either. Just like only focusing on work. But for me, it was also an escape because I just started to really not like the person that I was with. So make sure that you are budgeting in enough time for your relationship, but also to maybe have a breakup plan or an escape plan rather than just covering up your emotions with constantly working, okay? Because just distracting yourself won't make the problem go away. So the Three of Wands shows us that there is some building that you will be doing here with the King of Swords, which is another reason why your guides and spirit don't want you to be too over-consumed with your work at this stage already, because you still have a lot of business ventures that are coming towards you that you will do together with your person. And the Empress shows us here that the business will be in the wellness space, okay? This will be in the space of beauty, wellness, and self-care. Think to yourself, for example, supplements. It could also be something such as skincare. Starting a business in which you need to have some logic and intelligence, that's what the King of Swords loves. And you two are a great duo because you bring a lot of creativity to the table. Now, within the Devil, there is this temptation, of course, to kind of go a little too big on the business, to when there's a little bit of success already, go on very lavish vacations or purchase a lavish car or something like that. So it is important that you both remind one another of how you begun and also what your core values are, because while it's nice to have nice things, I can also see here for you, group number 3, that you place a lot of value on kindness. You place a lot of value on being a good person and providing a lot of positivity to the world. So therefore, simply focusing on material things once you've gotten to the point of a lot of financial freedom is just going to be a distraction from the main mission. Now, the Three of Pentacles shows us here that working together is part of your love story and it's your forte. It's what keeps a relationship spicy. Now, the 3 shows that this is a lucky number for you. The number synchronicity 333, look out for that, as that is your love story's number synchronicity. But just to clarify here, for some people, work may be something that keeps the relationship kind of stale or that distracts from the relationship. But you and your partner work together so well because you're also meant to be in a love story with somebody who is a best friend to you. So therefore, know within the 3 of Pentacles that working with a partner and having that benefit your relationship is possible, and you will be the prime example of that in your love story. Working together, grinding together, making money, leveling up together, doing it all, and at the end of the day still having bomb intimate moments. Now, the Queen of Swords does show us here that you're learning a lot from your King of Swords, okay, from the person with whom your love story will play out with. You are quite a bit younger than them, biologically speaking at least, and we're going to figure out exactly how many years that you're apart with them. So let's see what Spirit has to say with our dice. Okay, we have 3 years. So it's not like a crazy amount, but you are a little younger than them. And I also just want you to know that when it comes to your love story, again, we had the number 3. So 3 is like the magic number for everything. You're 3 years apart. You will most likely have 3 kids. You will live in a house with the number 333 or 333. You will find that it takes 3 attempts for you to set a date to get married, because maybe on one day there is a public holiday that you didn't think of. On the other date, there's something that comes in between, and then the third one's a charm. You're going to have 3 dates before you know that this is something special. 3 months of being together before you decide to start moving in. And just overall, the number 3 shows that things are happening quickly, but it's not like on the first attempt. You do take time to think things over, but nevertheless, like, things happening pretty quickly because it feels right is a huge part of your love story. So I do also want to see what kind of spell that you're meant to receive in order to make your love story better, okay, in order to enhance your life and your love story. Let's see what we've got here. Okay, so group number 3, let's see what this love spell is all about that's for you. So this is the Charms of Love spell. You can pause the video right here to read it, or I can read it for you as well. So another charm for luck and love is to take 7 tiny rose quartz stones and put them on your windowsill during a full moon for 7 hours. Then pick up the stones, and while holding them in the palm of your hand, speak this wish spell aloud. Luck be quick, luck be kind, and by luck 7, good luck will be mine. Blessed be. So this is your love spell that will help you in order to create this love life, to bring this love story into existence, especially if you're single right now. So practice this, and I assure you that you will find your lover come to you way more quickly than you ever expected. Now, group number 3, this is the first part of your prediction that I've received for you. I hope that you enjoyed this and that you found it insightful. Now I'm going to get into your zodiac signs portion of your love story reading. So in order to access that, just scroll back down into the description box, click your zodiac signs timestamp, and you'll be fast forwarded to the second, even more intricate part of your reading, which is based on your zodiac sign and is meant to be combined with this first part of your prediction. So I'll catch you at the click of your zodiac signs timestamp. Hello, group number 4, and welcome to the first portion of your love story prediction. You chose the Wandering Star Tarot deck as well as Apollo. I want to first get into Apollo before we start with the tarot cards in order to let you know what's coming in your love story. So we have someone coming towards you who has soft features. That doesn't mean that they look feminine, but just overall, their face is one that makes you feel safe, that doesn't have any deep lines or scars. They have very well put together teeth, and they probably also come from a background where there was affluence or at least enough financial stability to provide that. So your person has lived a life that I would say is pretty grounded. They grew up in a home that allowed them to have the emotional bandwidth and stability to actually be a healthy partner in a romantic relationship. So your love story here with Apollo actually brings you someone that has psychic insight. I see that here with the divine messages. Apollo is someone who has a greater than average ability to channel psychic messages. So don't be surprised if your future spouse and person all of a sudden says to you that they think they're going crazy or they're developing some psychic abilities. It could be a little bit of both, but you will have already known that this is the person you're meant to end up with anyways. They're very much connected to nature. Green and yellow, those are their colors, and they get a great tan. That's another thing that I can see here within Apollo. They like to be in the sun. They like to enjoy vacations. They have traveled the world. They've been on many vacations, and there are many more to come with you. They're also wearing a gold necklace most of the days, and they like to wear clothing that is kind of like gym clothing, if you will, that's pretty comfortable, at least in their free time, because their job may not always permit, but when they can, they like to wear things that are very chill. So I'll just put Apollo over here for you so we can get into your reading. Let's get into your reading, you guys, using the Wandering Star Tarot that you chose. The cards are actually written in German, but thankfully I speak German, so I can translate it for you pretty effortlessly. As you guys know, I am Swiss and I live in Switzerland. So first up, we have Ritter der Stäbe. So this is the Knight of Wands. The Knight of Wands shows us someone who is very brave, who has fire sign energy. Think Sagittarius, Aries, and Leo type of energy. They are outspoken, they're unafraid to speak their mind, and they have confidence that really you only get when you grow up in a home where you're told that you can do anything. Everything else is like acquired confidence that you had to develop by yourself. But here I can see for you, group number 4, that your love story will play out with somebody who has confidence from home. And they want to do the same for their kids, aka your joint family, your joint children. The Ritter der Stäbe also shows us that they have a lot of very masculine energy, so they go for things. They feel like they can do whatever they want. They are, by society standards, also pretty attractive. I want you to know that in Apollo as well as the Knight of Wands. So therefore, their fear levels are very low, because what do they have to fear? Everything in their life has always kind of been a success. I see here within the 7 of Coins, which is Sieben der Münzen, that they have some investments that they've made that they're just leaving in order for them to grow. They're saving those. And these are investments that have been passed down to them already through generational wealth and also from their parents. So they may be a trust fund baby. They're the type of person here who has different accounts. Also, think to yourself real estate and having different currencies, like not just cryptocurrencies, but I mean also stocks, forex, just overall things that they're allowing to grow in value that doesn't really depreciate if you just wait long enough. I mean, crypto is like a a thing for itself, but stocks on average always goes up. Property values usually rise, or at least in countries where the economy is pretty stable. And I can see here within the lovers, die Liebenden, that they really would like a family. Your love story is meant to play out with somebody who is ready to be in a committed relationship. They want love, they want to love someone, they want to love someone right, they want to do something for a person who they can just feel as their soulmate, and they want to provide everything. They want to spoil the person emotionally, physically, financially. And your love story is meant to be this relationship where your kids would say, oh my God, like, Dad, can you take your hands off of Mom finally? Like, get a room. Why are you so obsessed with her? And also vice versa, you know, if you're a dad that like your kid is like, God, why is Dad or Mom never taking their hands off you? It is so embarrassing, because that's just a loving, long-lasting love story that you're meant to have within your life. Next up, we've got the ship has sailed. So the thing with the ship has sailed is that once you can feel that a relationship is not going to be that, there is no coming back from that. So anyone who tries to play you or doesn't treat you right, anyone who messes up their chances with you, they're just out, homie. They're gone. They just will never make it back, because as already mentioned, the ship has sailed. You don't see any reason to continue entertaining somebody who clearly just doesn't respect you to the degree that they should. Here within multiple streams, know that in your love story, you will have multiple streams of income, of revenue, and of financial stability with your person, with the Apollo individual. So they already come with multiple streams. They already have multiple businesses, some that they built, some that were passed down to them. But they also want to build more generational wealth with you. They don't just want to be a kind of like trust fund kid that just gets everything handed to them and doesn't do the work. They're very passionate about working, and they have a fighting spirit regardless of the affluent background that they've come from. And they like to see that in you as well. So they will never judge you and judge where you started. They always judge a person based on their character, based on how they treat other people, as well as their drive and their worth ethic. So literally all that you need with this person is to have some good manners, be kind-hearted, and a great work ethic. And they're already kind of very impressed by you, and they already know, okay, this is someone that I actually truly want to be with in the long term. I do also want to add some spells into the mix for you, group number 4, so that you actually have some practical things that you can take away from this video. So feel free to open the notes app on your phone to write this down into your notebook, or if you have like a schedule book, you know, like in school where you can write down your itinerary. So here we have a spell that's actually a money spell that will help you in your love story manifest even more wealth. Most people don't realize that the classic charm bracelet is decorated with magical symbols representing the wearer's wishes. For wealth, wear a Roman coin on your bracelet. For love, try a heart. For protection, a pure silver ring worn on the right pinky has the greatest magical power, especially when engraved with your birth sign or astrological glyph and the sacred pentagram. To instill the ring with protective power, clasp it over your heart and call out, "Ring of power, shield and encircle me, blessed be." So that is the spell we've got here within the Ring of Power. Also feel free to pause the video right here if you just want to take more notes, if you want to write back some of these little details. And we'll move a little further in with another spell for you. So let's see what additional spell you will receive. So we've got a love spell for you. This Goddess Body Blessing Balm. Your body will receive much attention during your lovemaking. So loving attention from you beforehand will consecrate the temple of your body. Take 1 cup of natural beeswax, chip it into a double boiler, and heat very slowly and gently. Add 1/4 cup sesame oil and stir with a wooden spoon until the wax is melted and blended with the oil. Let it cool to skin temperature and add 8 drops of sandalwood oil, 5 drops of lemon oil, and 2 drops of rose oil. Anoint yourself with the oil by dabbing a bit on your fingertip and then placing it on your heart, circling outward until your entire body is fully blessed. So this is your special spell in order to make sure that your love life and your lovemaking stays intact, that you're giving your body the much needed attention and love that it deserves. And that when it comes to your confidence about your body, that stays high and elated, so that you never feel too self-conscious to be intimate with your future partner in your love story, because that can really have a challenging effect on relationships, because a lot of people, especially also straight men, their love language is physical touch. So when you withhold that, it can have a challenging effect on the relationship. So this is the love spell that is meant to keep you in a positive mindset about what your body looks like. Here within the tiger, you're being called upon to provide leadership, so trust that you're capable of doing so. Your love story will require of you to lead in many different ways. Leading in the sense of being the head of the family who decides how money is spent. So you're going to have to learn very quickly, and you're going to have to learn the old money tricks from Apollo, the old money knowledge that he's going to bring to you, or they are going to bring to you, and then they will often come to you for advice and for your opinion. Next up here within the polar bear, we've got you standing up for yourself and speaking your truth, and doing so respectfully and compassionately with no attachment to outcome. So even if you know that they may not like your opinion or they may not fully agree, I just want you to know here within the polar bear that when it comes to your love story, always being honest, standing up for yourself, and not seeming afraid will get you so much more respect in your love life and with other people than if you just try to be agreeable. Like, that is not the vibe for you. The dog shows us here that your love story does also entail a puppy, could be a golden retriever or Labrador to be precise, and that loyalty is what is represented in this pet of yours. Loyalty being unafraid to not only open up to another person, but also to make sure that no matter what happens, whether you go through tough times, easy times, that you stay with them in order for there to be the support to fix things, right? To get through things. And your loyalty will be rewarded. Finally, you've been loyal in the past and it didn't pay off, and you thought, maybe I should just be a bee. Maybe I should just take what I can and run, since that seems to be the only way to actually in the end be happy. But remind yourself here, we've got your platypus, spirit guide, and spirit animal, which is telling you to stop complaining and focus your attention on the blessings, on what you want, and to know here that sometimes we have to learn some lessons the hard way before we can finally get to the good things, because those lessons will just teach us fighting spirit. It will teach us to stay strong. It will teach us to not give in, and also to learn loyalty towards other people, loyalty towards ourselves, our beliefs, and what we love. Next up, we've got the animal bond. So the animal bond does show us that your love story is probably going to also include some animal bond in the sense of a joint pet with your partner in your love story. And this pet is going to bring joint responsibility, peace. It may even be like practice for a child, for a baby. I do see here within the animal bond that you're also very passionate. You're both very passionate about animals and about animal welfare. So group number 4, this is the reading that I've received so far, but I do feel compelled to cleanse your space and then move more deeply into the reading. So allow for me to just do that, and then we'll add on to part 1 of your prediction right now. All right, group number 4. So we'll just cleanse the space with some sage, some ethically sourced sage, because no one likes sage that isn't ethically sourced, of course. So here we go. Okay, group number 4, I just kind of feel like a little pick-me-up would serve you in your love story prediction. So first, We'll delve into your daily affirmation circle, which is actually the latest deck that I developed and came up with. So this is basically a 6-card affirmation circle you can do every day to hype yourself up, to start the day with amazing affirmations about yourself, and also, of course, to manifest those. So there are 100 individual cards. Look how aesthetically pleasing this looks. I mean, look at the sides of the cards. They're so gorgeous. So I can't wait to create your affirmation circle, which is all about your love story, so I can overcome any obstacle. Remind yourself that no matter how challenging things may have been for you in the past, also with love, you can overcome any challenge and any obstacle with grace. Anyone would be absolutely lucky to have you, so never doubt that part. I have all the skills I need to succeed. Now, group number 4, if you've ever doubted whether you've got what it takes in order to succeed in a relationship or to be in a healthy relationship, this is your sign. This is your reminder that you do have everything that you need to succeed. You've got the emotional bandwidth. You're a kind, caring individual. You are someone that knows precisely how to speak to another person to make them feel seen and heard. I mean, if that isn't the jackpot, I don't know what is. Group number 4, then I am a capable leader. I want you to know that with your love story also will come a lot of responsibility. As already mentioned, the person that you'll end up with probably comes from old money, maybe even from an aristocratic background. They themselves have always had a lot of responsibility, despite the fact that their life may look like it was easy to people on the outside, but actually the saying is true when people say mo money, mo problems. Like, it is really a lot of responsibility and a lot of pressure. And the thing here is that with your love story, to get to this love story that I'm predicting for you, that I'm receiving for you, you need to know when to walk away. That's your affirmation. If you're currently in a situationship and being breadcrumbed, or, you know, if you're in a relationship and you just have this like innate feeling that it's not where you're supposed to be, it's really not giving the vibes that you need or that you dreamt of when you thought about your future and when you thought about adulthood, the next affirmation is, I know when to push myself and when to rest. So love will have its trying times, love will have its beautiful moments, and it's important that you know when to try to kind of just push to do better, to do more, to maybe try to also get through a challenging time, and when to just rest and allow for things to sort themselves out as well. Let's grab one more card. I permit myself to express how I feel. So your love story is all about being real. If you have ever been in a relationship where you felt like being real or expressing how you feel may get them to walk away, first of all, what are you worried about? Then let them walk, open the door for them, show them where the exit is, because if they're willing to dip out that quickly, imagine having kids with somebody like that. Imagine being in your old age, going through a trying time with somebody like that, like having a serious illness or going through some sort of traumatic surgery. I mean, it can happen to anyone. And would you really want someone in your life that you feel would dip so quickly? I would say no, group number 4. So be very cautious of who you give access to yourself, and know that you are never expecting too much. You never were expecting too much. Maybe you just asked the wrong person and that made you afraid. So know here within Apollo that the person with whom your love story will be completed is someone whom you can speak to about everything. The 8 of Coins shows us here that you are a very hardworking individual, and your love story will also be filled with a lot of really great memories of how you worked hard, how you traveled, you made a lot of money, you purchased properties, you just overall lived a very interesting life that a lot of people could only dream of. And I see here within the Fool that your love story is meant to be a fresh start for you. If you had a little bit of a rough childhood or a rough beginning in life, it can sometimes feel impossible for this kind of love story to happen for you, for this kind of life to become yours. But you're one of those people, group number 4, who's meant to have more good fortune in their life than they ever imagined and than they thought was possible to acquire, especially not coming from a exceptionally wealthy background or from a background in which your family was very influential or powerful. This may seem weird, it may seem unnatural or like it's not meant to be, but do you know that your love story brings a new beginning for you? And I want to see precisely what kind of sign that we have here. So for Taurus, that is actually the sign of earthly things. That is the sign of money. That is a sign that will never be broke. So do know here within Apollo that that is literally a very important placement in their birth chart. On one, they may have some fiery placements, some very phallic placements, which means masculine placements, and fire signs are masculine signs. But I do also see here that when it comes to making money, they have this Taurus vibe to them, which means that they are never going to be in a situation where they're needy. Okay, we also have the number 6, which is a number of family. There we go. So again, this is somebody who wants to settle. This is someone who is super generous, as the number 6 is a positive number. It is a number that shows harmony in the family, and it is definitely also one that shows building a family, which is what your love story is all about, my beautiful souls of group number 4. So this is the first part that I've received for your reading. If you've watched it all the way to the end, leave a little bee emoji below in the comment section, as we do have this interesting kind of beehive situation going on here, and that will let me and others know that you picked group number 4 for part 1 of your love story prediction. But now we'll delve into the more personalized part of your love story, which is based on your zodiac sign. So in order to access that, all you need to do is scroll back down into the description box, click your zodiac signs timestamp. You can also find these at the top of the comment section, and then you'll be fast forwarded to the second, even more intricate part of your love story reading. So I'll catch you over there. Hello, all of my beautiful Aries babies, and welcome to the second, even more intricate part of your love story reading, where we get into all of the Aries specific nitty-gritty details about what's coming towards your love story and your love life in the future. So this pick a card tarot reading is going to help you understand precisely what your love story in this lifetime is meant to be and what is destined to happen for you, romantically speaking. First up, we've got the Empress for you. Now, the Empress is a card of fertility. So your fertility is high when it comes to this incarnation of yours, meaning that conceiving is something you will be able to do. You will be able to have children of your own. And overall, your love story definitely entails someone that sees you as their Empress, as their queen, as the most gorgeous creature that they have ever come across, and they worship the ground that you walk upon. So this is an indication for you, my gorgeous Aries babies, if you are currently in a relationship or situationship. If this does not sound like the situation you're in, then you know that your love story is meant to play out with someone who does give you that feeling and who does display these traits that I just mentioned to you. But I also want to move into your reading using some self-care cards, because this will show us precisely what's important within your love story and what areas of your life that you can improve in order to make your love life better. So we've got inspiration. This is a little inspirational piece of information for you. Don't take your health for granted. Don't take your body for granted. Do something today that communicates to your body that you desire to care for it. Tomorrow is not promised. Jada Pinkett Smith quote. Eat at least one full meal today without any technology present. Focus on nourishing your body and the sensations that come up. One thing about your love story is that you're meant to be in a relationship where you are always actively involved with the other person. You are not at the dinner table or at a restaurant and both just on your phones and staring into screens and kind of ignoring being in the moment or ignoring each other, that is not your love story. Your love story is all about actually being with other people, actually being a family unit and creating one. And the best way for you to already manifest that and start to make it a habit, even if you're single, even if you're just doing it by yourself right now, is to do that once a day at least. Have a meal and enjoy the texture of the food, the flavor, the smell, enjoy your surroundings. Be present and thankful for what is there without needing any distractions, because that's really what it is when you've got technology present during meals. So your guides also want you to know that doing that will keep you very healthy physically, because a lot of physical ailment can be avoided if we allow ourselves to be mentally as kind of pure and healthy as we possibly can be. Next up, we've got an affirmation for you. The affirmation that you received, my beautiful Aries, is that self-discipline is self-caring. Set a one-word intention for the day. What do you want to accomplish? So, accomplishing something to you may be care, taking care of your body, taking care of tasks that need to be done. Your one-word intention may be gratitude, to practice gratitude even in difficult moments, even when you feel like you don't want to be grateful or practice gratitude for anything at all because everything is going south or left. Do know here that these one-word intentions are going to prepare you for your love story, in the sense of even through tough times, you can see the light, you can see the positives, and you are meant to be in a relationship that goes through challenging times as well as the good times. You are not meant to be in a love story that is just all good and then as soon as it gets tough, you dip out. I see here in the Knight of Wands that you are a fighter, my beautiful Aries baby. And this makes a lot of sense. Anyways, as an Aries, you are kind of like a warrior of the zodiac. You are also ruled by Mars, which is the planet of action. It is the planet of assertiveness. So it makes a lot of sense that once you set your mind to something, you will accomplish it. And that is another thing in your love story that others find so beautiful about you and irresistible, really. So whoever is with you for your character especially, not just the external appearance. And I see here within the Five of Swords that sometimes it can be a little conflicting for you. The Five of Swords, in correlation to you being loved for your personality and your character, shows us that sometimes you are unsure whether people really like you or for your body, for the things that you can bring into their lives. And it's not to like hype yourself up in a kind of very self-centered way. No, this is just the truth about how you feel sometimes. And it's undeniable that you have a lot of attractive traits, physically speaking, but I want you to never question why someone is with you, whether it's really your personality, whether it's really who you are on the inside, because your love story is all about the internal value that you bring. You are not meant to be with somebody who is just with you because of your looks, because of your background, because of your job. I just want you to understand in your love story that there's more depth to that, and there needs to be. Otherwise, it isn't your love story, my gorgeous Aries baby. You need that. In sensuality, know here that you are going to express your sensual side very effortlessly in your love story, because once you feel comfortable with someone, my beautiful Aries, you are just ripping those clothes off. You are being wild, a freak in the sheets, if you know what I mean. And it is very clear here that when it comes to your love story, you need someone who can keep up with you. Once you've found the right person, it is as though nothing can stop you from enjoying intimate moments and being really freaky, like everywhere, even in places that no one has ever done it before. You will do it, if you know what I mean. And here in the Archangel Raphael, we've got the provider of healing for mind, body, and spirit. Your love story will play out with somebody who is a healer. So your person's profession is to either heal the mind, the body, the spirit, or all. So ending up with someone who works in the medical field, someone who is, for example, a pastor, So they may be a doctor, they may be a pastor, they may be, for example, a therapist healing the mind, right? Healing the spirit. And the body, if they, for example, are a doctor or a physiotherapist, a pastor would be healing the spirit. So your person is a healer. That is the type of energy that you're attracting for your love story. I want you to know here within Cheer Up that the reason why you're attracting this type of person is because that is the type of mix of energy, the type of frequencies that go together well. You are equally yoked, so to say. When you're with somebody like that, there's only good vibes. You're able to accomplish a lot with this type of person because they bring a different energy to the table than you do, but that is the whole point. That is the good thing about this mixture. So being with somebody who inspires you, who can bring their healing energy and knowledge into the relationship, I want you to know here with the Devil reverse that what that does is that it creates a kind of relationship that is meant to never fail. The Devil reverse shows that while in other relationships people may be tempted to go to external sources for validation or to talk, you do not need that here within your love story with your person whatsoever, because they hold space for you. They give you enough space to vent, to talk, to say how they feel. And that's very important in order to not go to external places, talk about all of your relationship issues, and then get terrible advice that ends up ruining your relationship. You know what I mean? Like in those situations where maybe you've got some frenemies or just some people that you're going to for advice, and overall it just makes everything worse. So within the Ten of Swords in reverse, you know what to do in your love story. You've got all of the information that you need. You've got all of the intuition that can guide you and tell you precisely what is meant for you and what isn't. And I do see here that Spirit is communicating to you not to take other people's advice too deeply into your relationship, because overall, if it's not coming from you, it's just not the right move. You know, if it's not coming from your heart and from you intuitively and internally, then it's not going to be good for your relationship. Within the Elk, we've got a message to stand tall and maintain your dignity no matter what, and others will treat you with the same respect that you deserve. Now, the Elk is definitely a huge representation of making sure that you stand up for what you want, because your love story is one in which you have a very strong personality and your partner as well. And when you've got strong personalities, you've got to stand up for what it is that you want in your life, what it is that you desire. You have to continue to make time for the things that you love and the things that you plan to do without them, regardless of them, because that is what will keep things spicy and will keep the love interesting. The Platypus shows me here that stopping the complaints and just focusing on the blessings in your life, that is what will activate this love story, okay? If you have complained a lot about your love life or your love story, know that you're getting in your own way by doing that. So if you have asked yourself why your love story just hasn't happened or played out yet, understand that this could be because you're blocking it out by yourself, by complaining, or by kind of saying that you're not happy with where your love story is at right now. But as soon as you shift your focus towards fulfilling yourself, know that all of a sudden everything is going to shift and change for the better when it comes to your love life, because focusing on lack will create more lack. Focusing more on what you desire will get you more of what you desire. So I just also want to find out what your lucky number is when it comes to your love life. Okay, we've got the number 7 for you. The number 7, I want you to know this is a very introspective number, but it definitely just resonates with where you're going to live in your love story. Okay, house number 7, row 7, car plates with 7s. So just overall, the number 7 is going to continue to repeat itself throughout your love story. And you'll ask yourself, what is this number doing? Why is it always here? It is because it is the number that represents your love story. And I also want to figure out precisely what sign of the zodiac represents your love story, my beautiful Aries babies, aside from your part, which is Aries. And we have Pisces here for you. Let me just zoom in. There we go. So we have beautiful, gorgeous, very intuitive, sensitive Pisces, which is a water sign, a very family-oriented water sign, a water sign that is pretty dreamy, that likes to be together, whose love language is probably words of affirmation and spending quality time. And connecting this to the number 7, it makes sense as to why introspection and the number 7 and Pisces showed up together for your love reading. So my gorgeous Aries babies, this is the reading that I received for you, and I truly hope you enjoyed it and that you found it insightful. Make sure that you leave a little rainbow emoji below in the comment section to let me and others know that you were here, that you received your love story reading, and you got both parts and watched them to the end. Thank you so much for spending this divine time and space with me, and I can't wait to connect with you during one of my upcoming readings. Hello, all of my beautiful Taurus babies, and welcome to the second, even more personalized part of your love story reading. How are you all doing, my beautiful Taurus babies? I hope that you enjoyed the first part of your love story reading that you got to pick from during the intro of this video. But now let's talk all things Taurus baby specifically, shall we? So let's see how your love story is going to play out, what some of the most important pieces of information are that you've got to know about your love story. So first up, we've got the dragonfly, which is a very positive symbol right off the get-go, because the dragonfly represents living life to the fullest. Your love story shall entail you traveling, having lots of laughs, having intimate moments that are unforgettable, and living life to the fullest how you've imagined living life to the fullest would look like. So for you, living life to the fullest could be, as mentioned, the traveling, purchasing a home of your own, building a family, adopting pets. It could also be, for example, looking into turning a hobby into your career and doing so with a supportive partner by your side. I just want you to know here that the dragonfly first and foremost represents that your love story is going to play out in the most fulfilling way possible. Next up, we've got money. Okay, my beautiful Taurus babies, you are already the sign of the zodiac that is associated with funds, money, and material wealth. Okay, Taurus babies are known as the sign of the zodiac that is never going to go broke, or at least that's what is said about you. And I see here that your love story also means that you're finding a way to abundance. So your love story will play out with somebody who is either very wealthy or with whom you will create a lot of wealth during your love story acting out and playing out in your lifetime. I also want you to know here within money that this does not directly buy you happiness, but it does buy you a lot of peace of mind in your love story, because you're not going to be worried about how the rent or the mortgage is going to get paid every month, and there will be food in the fridge, health insurances are going to be paid, and this will further allow you, permit you to live life to the fullest, like we spoke about here within the dragonfly. Next up, we have the dove. So within the dove, I want you to know here that your love story makes you take a leap of faith. So you will end up with someone with whom you're maybe taking a chance with, or at least you believe that you're taking a chance with them. That's how it starts off. You see this person and you think to yourself, I feel like I'm taking a huge chance. I feel like I'm not sure if this is a good idea, if it's going to play out the way I want it to. You feel as though the choice that you're making is a little risky. That's what I see here with the dove and you taking the leap of faith. But you are judging them by their actions, not by their past or by what other people say about them. And I want you to know here with the dove that taking that leap and forming your opinion about your lover based on how they treat you and what they do for you and the family bond that you're creating with them will be the wisest decision that you've ever made, following your gut feeling when choosing the right person for you. I do see here within the battle of the blues that your love story does entail that you will go through some stages where psychologically you feel down, and it doesn't have anything to do with your love story. Let me just make sure that you're getting that right, my beautiful Taurus babies. So I hope you can appreciate the honesty here. If you've already gone through some stages of depression, some stages of your mind just almost feeling like it's your worst enemy, I want you to know here that you will be able to take steps towards positive change. So being with somebody who encourages you to go to therapy, to take care of yourself mentally speaking. So in the battle of the blues, I definitely see here that you will not from one day to the next all of a sudden never have a difficult, challenging day anymore just because you are in midst of your love story. But rather than that, you feel like you've got a partner and a teammate that can help you when it comes to overcoming these blues. Now, in these 7 heavenly virtues, we've got the keys to goodness being unlocked for you throughout your love story. And one thing about these 7 heavenly virtues does show that you receive a lot, but you also give a lot. You and the person with whom your love story will play out with, you're good people who want to give back to the community. One thing that I get this sensation of as I'm creating your reading, as I'm channeling your messages, is adoption and not being afraid to add to your family in the sense of adopting human or animal babies, because that's just how great of a big nurturing heart that you have and the type of partner that you're going to end up with too. So I want you to know that when it comes to your love story, material resources will allow you to lead a life that is pretty free and where you can decide how big your family gets. And here within the Hawaiian owl, understand a message about your love story is that your ancestral spirit guides are offering you guidance now, so pay close attention to signs and omens from them. You will know when you're with the right person because they honor your ancestral spirit guides, in the sense of if your ancestors had a very tough time or were oppressed, for example, you will be with somebody who makes you feel liberated and understood, and someone who makes you feel like they truly get your point and they want to combat the modern day oppression that may be going on. So just to give you a very clear as day type of example, if you're, for example, a person of color or a person who has like a native background of some sorts, and you have struggled with things such as being in a marginalized group of society and having a lot of challenges that you've had to go through because of that, even if your partner is, for example, white, if they're from a completely different type of culture, maybe also a marginalized group, if they are just overall not from the same background as you, it doesn't even matter because they will uplift you. They're the type of person who will sit down and read those historical books with you. They will try to understand where your pain comes from, what your ancestors went through, and what that means for today, how that has impacted your own rights and your own experience of life in this day and age. And they're the type of person who will want to connect with that rather than tell you that, oh, you know, that was a long time ago, it's over now. They will not want to just sweep it under the rug at all. They will be intrigued and want to really get to the bottom of it, sometimes even a lot more than you, to the point that you will feel like it's too much. But you also find it very cute that they are so interested in getting to know you and where you're from. Next up, we've got the weasel. The weasel brings a message that you should be silent and pay attention. Simply observe with your eyes, ears, and physical feelings what is happening inside and all around you. Your love story contains fewer words than others. So if you're more of an introvert and you don't like to talk too much all the time, if you're the type of person who really cherishes quiet moments and their alone time a lot, if you're the type of person who literally cannot park when they've got loud music on because just sound can be super, super distracting, it can be too much of a sensory overload for you, then know here that this is your reading, my beautiful Taurus baby, because your love story is not going to be filled with this sensory overload whatsoever. Your love story is going to have a lot of moments where you can enjoy alone time, and there isn't much to say because you and your partner just get one another. I see here within Create and Progress that supporting your art and supporting the things that you're very passionate about, that is a huge goal of your partner in your love story. They want you to create and progress. They want you to get better at your craft and your art. Maybe it's quite literally painting and this type of art, but maybe it's also music. I see here within Beauty Sleep that another thing about your love story is that you will spend a lot of good nights sleeping next to one another. And let me tell you, this doesn't go without say. There are a lot of couples who literally need separate beds and bedrooms because they distract and just make each other's sleep so difficult and not restful. Not because they're doing so on purpose, but if you, for example, are with somebody who snores heavily, who tosses and turns, and you're a light sleeper, you're going to get woken up multiple times a night for the rest of your life if you're with them for the rest of your life, right? And it's just not worth the sacrifice of every day being more challenging than it needs to be, because that is literally like having a child for 50 years because you're getting up multiple times a night. You can't sleep through any nights. It's like having an infant for the rest of all of the nights in your life, if you know what I mean. So it makes a lot of sense as to why some couples like to sleep separately occasionally, or even on a regular basis, and they just sleep together sometimes for bonding, because quality sleep is really important. And when you have a lot of quality sleep in your love story, you can take it for granted and kind of forget how a lot of couples wish that was the case. I want you to know here within The Ship Has Sailed that your love story has this air of exes will just never be able to come back. Once the ship has sailed, it is gone for good. Whether that is an ex on your side or on your partner's side, once you're done, you're just done. And the ship has sailed for anybody who has been in your life and didn't see your value the first time round, my beautiful Taurus babies. You are not letting them back in. They do not have an opportunity to be part of your love story. So if you're single right now and wondering who you will be with, it is definitely not an ex. It's definitely not somebody who already had an opportunity to treat you right and to impress you and decided to waste that opportunity stupidly. May I just add that into the reading as well. Next up, we've got Becoming a Nobody. This is one of my favorite cards that I created in my Wild Muse Oracle deck. And Becoming Nobody is all about you writing your own story. And the thing is, like, when we realize how much power we actually have when it comes to our own love story, it can be challenging. It can feel like, oh my God, this is really my responsibility, how good of a love life or just life in general that I have. And it can be a lot of pressure. And if your life hasn't gone precisely how you've wanted it to up until this point, my beautiful Taurus babies, it can feel like you made a mistake or like you didn't do a good enough job. So that's just where I want you to know here that it is completely okay to feel that way. But once you understand that you've got a lot more power than you've given yourself credit for to create a love story of your dreams, that's when you have to step into the power and start creating and start doing, start living like the person you've always dreamt of being. And you've got to first give yourself what you wish to receive from a lover. For me, for example, I love flowers and I always wanted to get flowers. And the thing is, like, it's not hard to get flowers for $20 from the grocery store. Even when I was in a committed relationship, when I was in a marriage, it was like, why do I need to mention it? Why do I need to keep bringing it up? So what I started to do, even being single, what I did is I just bought myself fresh, beautiful flowers that I really wanted every week. I spoiled myself every week in different ways, such as getting myself fresh flowers, getting myself my favorite ingredients for healthy meals, taking myself out for runs and walks. That's what I did for myself, because I knew that if I wanted to attract a relationship and a love story that treated me in such a way, in a soft way, in a way of spoiling me or making me feel spoiled in the way that I need to feel spoiled, I first need to do that for myself. And I need to show potential suitors that if I'm already doing this for myself, like, I don't necessarily need you. And it's not that you should say to anyone that you don't need them. Never do that. Just show that you're already giving yourself amazing things. And literally the only thing that a partner can do is to upgrade you, or there's no point in them even being there. Trust me, they will get the message quickly and they will know what type of person they're dealing with, a person who loves and respects themselves. So my gorgeous Taurus babies, I still feel like I have more messages for you. So what I'll do now is I will clear the space, I will cleanse the space, and then I'll be right back so we can delve even further into your love story reading. Welcome back, my beautiful Taurus babies. Now let's unlock some extra messages of your love story reading, because I can just feel that Spirit still has more in store for you when it comes to your love story. So let's see what we've got. We're going to move into this with a spell for you, a love spell to be specific. So this is going to be your love spell. Let's see what it is. The Elixir of Love. Feel free to pause the video here if you want to take a screenshot of it to keep this and save it to like your favorites in your photo album. You get the idea. Elixirs are very simple potions made by placing a crystal or gemstone in a glass of water for at least 7 hours. Remove the stone and drink the crystallized water. The water will now carry the vibrational energy of the stone, the very essence of the crystal. Place into a glass of water carnelian garnet, rough ruby, red coral, red jade, jasper, red sardonyx, cuprite, aventurine, red calcite. Mix and match, and remember, if you only have access to a rough ruby and a tiny chunk of jasper, so be it. That's still a lot of love in a jar. And I want you to be very careful with these elixirs and drinking elixirs, because some gemstones, if you put them into water, are toxic. So please do your research and drink your elixir of love at your own risk. But one thing that you can do risk-free for sure is create these elixirs of love and give the water to your house plants, for example. Pour it in a bubble bath that you've run for yourself, or just use it and spray it in different areas of your home, or to just place the water somewhere where you know it can radiate its vibrations throughout your living space. So drinking it is why I always want you to be cautious. Rose quartz, for example, is a safe way for you to create a love spell, a love elixir, and also the aforementioned crystals from the love spell. But make sure that you really know what you're doing if you're doing this elixir to drink, which is the most powerful, but the version that you also want to be the most careful with. So we also have an affirmation for you. Let's see what this affirmation is all about. Remember always that you not only have the right to be an individual, you have an obligation to be one. Yes, set a small goal for your day. So setting little goals will get you to truly find your self-confidence, self-love, and respect for yourself, because the small goals you can easily hit. It's when you set really big goals and then you feel disappointed that you didn't reach them, that you didn't quite get to where you wanted to go, that you start to doubt yourself, or that you start to feel like you're not doing well enough. So remind yourself that when you just set little goals, you can gradually, day for day, build up your confidence and to create a version of yourself that you feel proud of within your love story. If you think of yourself and who you want to be in your love story, that's the version of you that we're creating. Rest is not idleness, and to lie sometimes on the grass under the trees on a summer's day, listening to the murmur of water or watching the clouds float across the sky is by no means a waste of time. Yes, while you eat lunch, take a few minutes to sit quietly outside and listen to the nature around you. Taking a little bit of time for rest and to just be in nature and absorb the beautiful, brilliant energies around you is by no way a waste of time, even though in this culture and society, it feels like we always need to be doing something, like you have to earn rest. But the thing is that you don't, my beautiful Taurus babies. If you feel like you need rest, take rest. And this is like, I'm such a pro nap proponent. If you guys aren't new to my channel, then you know that I cannot stand nap shamers, because I'm the type of person who has struggled during certain days to get through the day without a nap. And I know how difficult it could be when people nap shame you into feeling like you're lazy for taking a power nap. And that's why I just want to tell you, it's not worth it. And actually, you should be side-eyeing those people and thinking to yourself, why are you even doing this? What are you getting out of this? Because I could literally be re-energized right now, but you don't want me to. I see within the Four of Cups, the Vier de Kelche, that's what it says here on this card, that when it comes to your love story will start to play out after a time of like loneliness, of being by yourself. But I see that this loneliness is by choice. You are seeing that the dating game is kind of trash, okay? The dating game it sucks. There are a lot of unhealed people out here. There are a lot of people playing games out here. So by choice, you were by yourself, and even when you felt lonely, you thought, you know what, this is an okay price to pay for at least not acquiring more trauma from someone's dusty, crusty son or daughter. And I see that you're very protective over your peace. So your love story will only start to play out after a time of being alone, because you were very picky. And I see here within the Queen of Cups, that one thing that we have with your love story is that compassion and empathy is one of the most important things in the relationship. And as a Taurus, you are a feminine sign of the zodiac. You are an earth sign who is receptive to input from other people. So you are a great partner to speak to when someone just needs another person to listen. But I see that you need that in return as well. You are a lot more sensitive than you make yourself out to be, or than you allow for most people to see. So it's important that you've got a partner who can really honor that and also see past your external appearance, because you may look put together, you may have some nice clothes, nice shoes, nice bags, nice jewelry, but you have a very soft, squishy inside, and your value was never in the external facade. It's always been within. The King of Swords here shows me that your love story will have someone that will go to war for you, quite literally speaking. They would go to war for you physically if you're ever endangered in a physical way. They would not stop at anything to protect you, but mentally is a big aspect as well, because the Suit of Swords corresponds to the element of air, which represents the mental headspace and communication. So your person is very smart, and as we spoke about at an earlier point in your reading, they want to learn everything as to why you've been through the hardships that you have, even if they need to go as far back as to figuring out what your ancestors dealt with when it comes to oppression and so on. And I see here within the Five of Cups that a big part of your relationship is that if they see you sad, if they see you feeling down, they will do whatever they can to put a smile back on your face, to make you feel better, to come to you and fix the situation. And if there's any external reason why you're going through such hardship, they will not tell you, but they will make a plan to end whatever has brought tears to your eyes. And I see here within Judgment that the thing is, like, they are a very put together person, but when it comes to protecting their family, they have no mercy. That's what I can see about your love story and the person that you will end up with. I also want to see what kind of prevalent energy that is in their birth chart. Ooh, okay, we've got some Sagittarius energy. Let me just zoom in for you here. So let me just There we go. Okay, so within this Sagittarius energy, we've got strong fire sign energy of somebody who is protective. Sagittarius, I mean, is also known as the archer, and I want you to know that this is a very explosive combination of somebody who is mentally very sharp and very quick, but also physically they are in great shape and they will do anything to protect you. I want to see how many years you're apart with this person. We've got 3 years. So that's what we've got here within your reading, my beautiful Taurus babies. This is one important number when it comes to your love story, and a number that I want you to look out for moving forward. And I want to see what planetary placement will affect your love story, and we've got the moon. So being in sync with the moon shows here that also menstrual cycles are important. If you feel greatly affected, if you go through menstrual cycles every month and you feel affected by them, know here that your love story is going to place value on those. So you will get real princess treatment during, for example, your period. And if you don't have any cycles, I just want you to know here within the moon that it does impact how we feel and how our relationship goes in many little subtle ways. Because if you think about it, we're made up of like 60-70% water. And after all, the moon does dictate the tides. It does control ebb and flow. And I would just like you to know here that even though modern science has maybe not been able to prove just how much the moon affects us yet, that doesn't mean that it does not have an effect on us and our relationships. But I want you to know here that being intuitive and being sensitive, that is one thing that will keep this relationship going and alive and like a little safe space for you and your partner. So my beautiful Taurus babies, this is the reading that I received for you. I hope you enjoyed it and that you found it insightful. Make sure that you leave a little crescent moon emoji below in the comment section to let me and others know that you were here, that you received part 2 of your prediction and added that on to part 1. And last but not least, I would like to thank you for spending this divine time and space with me, and I can't wait to connect with you during one of my upcoming readings. Hello, all of my beautiful Gemini babies, and welcome to the second, even more intricate part of your love story reading. I hope that you enjoyed part 1 that we channeled during the intro of this video, where you got to pick from the 4 groups. But now we are going to talk all things Gemini for your love story and figure out precisely what's coming towards you in love. So first up, we've got the Knight of Wands, the Ritter der Stäbe. That's what it says right here in the German language. Now, the Knight of Wands, mind you, is somebody who is very decisive, okay? Your love story should play out with somebody who is in their masculine energy. So regardless of who they identify as, they are somebody who has that fire in them, who has a strong intuition, and who just wants to get things done. They don't want to lead a life that is mundane. They want to lead a life that is filled with action, filled with travels, and just filled with overall experiences that you just can't get if you play things on the safe side all the time. So you're meant to have a love story that comes with some surprises, some exciting events that you maybe didn't quite expect. So I do also want to receive a spell for you, my gorgeous Geminis, just so we can figure out what kind of spell is meant for your love life. So this is a love spell that we've got for you. Feel free to screenshot this part of the video and save your love spell in your camera roll, maybe even favorite it so you can find it more easily again. So this is how your love story will play out using this elixir of love. Elixirs are very simple potions made by placing a crystal or gemstone in a glass of water for at least 7 hours. Remove the stone and drink the crystallized water. The water will now carry the vibrational energy of the stone, the very essence of the crystal. Place into a glass of water carnelian, garnet, rough ruby, red coral, red jade, jasper, red sardonyx, cuprite, aventurine, red calcite. Mix and match, and remember, if you only have access to a rough ruby and a tiny chunk of jasper, so be it. That's still a lot of love in a jar. Also, I just want to add, my gorgeous unicorn family, that rose quartz is also a crystal which is safe for you to put in water and then drink, but please do this at your own risk and your own discretion, because if you place a crystal whose origin you're not sure of, or if you're just not sure what kind of crystal it is, in water and then drink it, that could actually be toxic. Okay, some crystals are toxic when placed in water, so then you wouldn't want to drink that elixir, of course. But however, it is safe for you to place a crystal in water for 8 hours, for example, and then spray your home with it, your houseplants, maybe even spray it in a form of like a facial spray if you use rose water and place your crystal in that, and then you have your own facial spray love elixir that I would recommend that you wear during a first date in order to ensure that right from the start you get off on the perfect note when it comes to your love story, and you just draw in the right kind of person by wearing that every single day, or even adding it into bath water. So next up, we've got the Strength card. The Strength card shows us here that your love story will require of you to be mentally very strong. So I do get this head of the family vibes. If you've ever heard the saying that, like, in traditional marriages, the man is the head and the woman is the neck. So actually she kind of controls where he looks, what direction we move in. And she is, I wouldn't say more important, but an integral part of the marriage, and that is not to be underestimated. And those are the kind of vibes that I see here within Strength, as well as the Knight of Wands that we received for you. So somebody who is in their divine masculine and they have great leadership qualities, but you are very important and they respect your decisions, they respect your opinion, and you are the one that leads, if even in the background without anyone really noticing it. And I see here within the world that that makes for a really great combination and a very beautiful dynamic that brings you happiness, because the World card actually represents fulfillment. It represents wishes coming true. So if a specific kind of relationship in your love life is what you've always wanted, I want you to know here within the World card, this is a very positive card to receive for love reading, as it shows that you will be wanting for nothing and your love life will be very much a fulfilled one. Now, as a Gemini, communication is also very important for you. So being a strong communicator yourself, having somebody who is in their divine masculine but doesn't have too much ego to communicate how they feel, is essential. Next up, we've got the Owl. So always follow your intuition. Sometimes in your love story, there will be some forks in the road, and you will be able to decide to either take a new job, you will be able to decide whether you have children, whether you move into a new home, take on a loan, a mortgage. And the Owl shows us here that you are the one who in the end is going to make the decisions, because your intuition is so on point, and your romantic partner really values, understands, and appreciates this, that your intuition is kind of what keeps you all safe and what keeps you all in a place of constantly being good, constantly being fine. I see here within competition that you are becoming so confident when it comes to yourself and what you will and will not accept, the more you are, so to say, the head of the family, or the one who pulls the strings behind the scenes, because you know your power. And this is just one thing that I feel like a lot of women these days especially have forgotten, how powerful that they are, how powerful a look, kind words, even a touch from a woman can be, especially to a man who loves that woman, or to a person who is infatuated by that woman. It could be even a friend or a family member who just needs a little extra encouragement or strength. And when you're there to hold space and to just tell somebody that everything will be okay, that these are the steps that they can follow, I would like you to know here that competition turns into friendship. A lot of people will first maybe see you as a threat, or will think to themselves, why is she the boss? Or why do they feel like they know everything? Why do they feel so confident in themselves? But when they realize that your confidence isn't a threat, but it's something that may help them, that is when things definitely turn to you. Having a very big circle of friends and acquaintances, if you allow them, of course, into your life. At the end of the day, you always decide how many people you have around you, but people just like you for you, and the fact that you are kind but you're still strong. The fact that you are soft but you still know when to call BS out. Now the dragon shows us here that you're learning to speak up. Your love story is about you being with a partner that loves when you speak up, when you've got courage, when you say what it is that you're going through, when you say what you're feeling, and you don't back down when things get trying or challenging in your own personal space. So that could be with your blood-related family or your own job, that they really love when you stand up for the things that are important for you, and they can just cheer you on from afar, kind of. Not that they wouldn't cheer you on close by, but they know that there are certain things that you just need to also do by yourself, right? That you need to conquer with your own motivation, and they love seeing the empowered you. Now the elk shows us that standing tall and maintaining your dignity no matter what, that will lead to others treating you with the respect that you deserve. If that's something that you've felt like you have been lacking, let me tell you, my beautiful Gemini, your love story is only going to play out with somebody who respects you fully and shows it. I see here in the seagull that actually your love story is a time for deep emotional healing, and it just makes such a difference when you're with someone where you can actually heal rather than someone that continues to traumatize you. Imagine, for example, being in a relationship for 20 years and we check in with one person who has been able to heal, to find themselves, to grow internally and spiritually, who has had support, and then we check in with someone else who has been in the relationship for the exact same amount of time, but they haven't been healing. Actually, they've been broken down more. They have been given more trauma in this time. And just to see how those people are physically, how they are health-wise, internally, what struggles that they have, even what their faces look like. So I don't mean physically as in just physical look, but you can see on somebody's face when they have been in a healthy relationship and when they've been in a toxic one or a very tiring one. And you're really just meant to live that soft girl life. You're not meant to live a life of struggle. And I love that for you, my gorgeous Gemini, because living a life of struggle is just really not necessary for a lot of us, but still we sometimes choose that. And it is just so beautiful to see here within the Eight of Swords that you've been there, you've done that, you know what it's like, and you know it's not going to lead anywhere. There are certain people to whom you can explain this a million times. You can explain what their behavior does to you, how it's not okay, how it's going to affect you, your family, potential children, or existing children in the long term, and they just will not get it. So you're axing that out in your love story completely, because why even risk them continuing to behave badly when you can start afresh? That's what the Ace of Cups represents, a new beginning, romantically speaking. Your love story is going to be with someone who immediately, right from the start, feels right and fills your cup, okay, to the point that your cup is overflowing, to the point that, as we have here in the symbol of the eye, your intuition knows this is a good place for you to be. We also have a bird. It may be a dove or something similar, which represents freedom, flight, taking off, growing, and no hesitation to exploring new lands. Quite literally, okay, traveling, but also no hesitation to exploring new things, because this relationship and this love story gives you confidence. We've got strength again. Oh, my beautiful Gemini babies. We've had strength twice already. So we had it once up here. Now it's been shown again from the Gentle Heart Tarot deck. And the Strength card shows us that the number 8 is an important number, because now it's showed up already 3 times. We had the 8 of Swords, we had the Strength card, which corresponds to the number 8. We've had that twice. So the number 8 has showed up 3 times when we've literally only had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards that are even numbered. Okay, so half of these were within the number 8. So the number 8 is an important and very lucky, fortunate number. Just so you know, it's always been a number of abundance. But I also want you to know that when this shows up so frequently, the number 8 and the Strength card, it also just shows here that you are someone who has an extreme amount of patience, an extreme amount of care and compassion within them, as well as self-control. And that is the reason why your love story will play out to be so successful and fulfilling. It's not because you are the smartest, the most beautiful, the most anything like that. It is your patience and your compassion, your love, your understanding, and the fact that you know timing. You know when to bring up difficult topics, because there are conversations that you may start or have during terrible timing that can end a relationship. Whereas if you have certain conversations during the right timing, that can make a relationship, that can prolong it, that can create a deeper bond and a deeper understanding. The 4 of Diamonds shows us here that the thing is, like, first and foremost, you protect what is valuable to you. And you don't risk the things that you love and care about. You don't risk them for anything. Not for your ego, not for short-term gain or gratification. And the thing about you is that, yeah, you're chatty, you're lively. You probably also tell the best stories when there are get-togethers or parties, but you also have a very serious side to you as well. That is an important factor in your love story, because your partner, friends, and family can always come to you for some real advice. So I also just want to figure out what we've got here in the number of your family. So we've got 4, which does show that the number 4 is a number that will be of importance. So 4 people within your family unit, meaning you, a partner, and think potentially 2 children as well. I hope you can see the number 4 here. Let me just zoom in a little more. With the light and everything, it can be. There we go. Okay, so we've got the 4 here within our astro dice. I also just want to see what planetary placement will affect things profoundly. Ooh, okay, so let's zoom in here. So here within Uranus, we've got a planet that brings out uniqueness, that brings out individuality and a lot of unexpected. So don't be surprised if within your love story you've got a family unit that is very unconventional, okay? Kids who are very unconventional, who are going to accomplish things that are greater than the norm and that are very creative, that are very out there. And that also shows us why the Strength card has showed up twice, because you need to be that strong parent that when other kids are bullying them or telling them that they're different, because that will happen, that has happened with anyone who has accomplished great things in life, you will have to be able to say to them, they are literally just jealous, they are not minding their own business, which they would be better off doing. Focus on yourself. Don't even listen to the haters. You can do whatever you set your mind out to do. I'm here to support you. That's the type of role model you're meant to be. That is the type of cheerleader you are within your love story. So you are the strength, the glue that holds everything together. And I want you to know here that your love story is meant to play out in a way that it's almost like you are the matriarch of the love story and the family. So my beautiful Gemini babies, this is the reading that I've received for you. Let me just move my dice out the way so you can see all the cards before we say goodbye for now. I hope that you enjoyed this reading and that you found it insightful. Feel free to let me know below in the comment section. Leave a little globe emoji below to represent the World card and just to further manifest this fulfillment that we have coming towards you in love. Know that I'm sending you tons of hugs and appreciation, and I can't wait to connect with you during one of my upcoming readings. Hello, all of my gorgeous fellow Cancerians, and welcome to the second, even more intricate part about your love story reading, which I'm so excited to now get into. I hope that you enjoyed part one, where you got to pick from the 4 groups during the intro of this video. But I will now start off the second part of your love story prediction with a spell for you. This is a spell that you can use. This will be your specific love story spell that will help you in order to channel love into your life. So this is the love spell for you. Feel free to also just pause the video here, take a screenshot of this. You can favorite it on your camera roll, for example, so you can always find this again. So this is the Friday rite of Venus. Venus rules this most popular day of the week. To prepare yourself for a night of lovemaking, take a goddess bath with the following potion. Combine 6 drops orange blossom oil, 4 drops jasmine oil, 1 cup sesame oil. Stir with your fingers 6 times, silently repeating 3 times, I am a daughter of Venus, I embody love, and I am all that is beautiful. Tonight I will drink fully from the cup of love. Pour the mixture into a steaming bath. Don't use a towel, but allow yourself to dry naturally. Your lover will complement the softness of your skin, and the rest is up to you. So my beautiful fellow Cancerians, this is your love spell that you're meant to use, and that's going to help you in any romantic relationship in your life. But let's move into your love story to figure out more of the details of what is coming towards you. So we've got illusion, and illusion is not that your love story is going to be an illusion or not real. Illusion actually is a card that speaks of embracing the truth, of looking in the mirror and being honest with yourself. Also seeing all of the ways in which you maybe did not treat yourself right, all of the ways in which you didn't embrace yourself the way that you really should. And I see here within embracing the truth that once you are very straightforward about even letting things slide in relationships or allowing for people to breadcrumb you, which means just giving you barely the bare minimum as you're about to walk out the door, as they realize that they may lose you. That is, in a way, a responsibility that you're taking, and you are not shaming yourself. No, you are using that wisdom and the fact that you're reflecting on those things to be stronger in the future, to be smarter moving forward, to not allow these things to happen again, and in that way to have a healthy love story for the future, where you don't feel as though you are constantly asking for too much, but you realize maybe you just asked the wrong person, or a person who does not prioritize healing. So here within the owl, follow your intuition. I can see for you, my beautiful Cancerian, that it's time for you to listen to your gut feeling when it comes to your love story. If there is someone that you're seeing or in a situationship with, and your gut just tells you that this is not your husband, wife, or just forever partner, follow that intuition and try to mentally check out first. And I know this sounds really terrible, but do this as quickly as you possibly can so you don't hurt the other person or string them along too much. But try to mentally detach so it doesn't hurt so much, okay? If someone isn't giving you the love that you deserve, or isn't respecting you and your love languages, just ask yourself, what are they even bringing to the relationship? Why are you even there? What is this even doing for you? And if the answer is not as much as you are putting into the relationship, then you know it's time to bounce. You know it's time to detach emotionally, so that when you walk out, you know you made the right decision and your feelings are not going to be so hurt anymore. So that is just what Spirit has to say for those Cancerians who are currently in a relationship that just isn't meant to be forever. Know here within multiple streams that another way how you know that you are with the right person is that they've got multiple streams of income, not just one. That is very important to them because they want financial safety and stability for a family. So having financial safety and stability does necessarily entail the fact that you have multiple streams. So if one stream dries out, if you, for example, lose one of the jobs or one of the streams of income, there are still other ones around. And your person is all about financial literacy. They want safety in the home, not just physically, but also financially. They don't have social media. Green flag, my gorgeous Cancerians. I mean, if you want to be really unimpressed by someone or really turned off by someone, just check their follow list on Instagram. And sometimes that can just immediately say to you how a person is and what they have to offer you / lack thereof. And it can just immediately also emotionally disconnect you and show you that a person is not meant for you or is just not on the same wavelength, aka not ready to settle or to be in a love story with you. I see here within goal setting that actually your love story will be with somebody who sets goals and does everything that they can to achieve them and to reach them. And they like to set goals with you. They don't like to just do things by themselves. They like for you to always be a part of everything. And it is super important to them here within goal setting that they kind of like have joint goals with you, okay? That if there's, for example, a goal to save X amount of dollars or euros or Swiss francs or whatever it is that you're saving by the end of the year, that you're both on the same page for it. So it is very important for them that you have this kind of teammate feeling and like you're working towards something together. And one thing that I want you to also know with your love story is that when you embrace the ways in which you maybe accepted love in the past that didn't honor you, that is when you can follow your intuition and without any regrets moving forward, let go of breadcrumbs or like lackluster love. It won't hurt you anymore because you will think in your head, what am I missing out on? What am I losing? Someone who isn't 100% into me, somebody who doesn't respect me, somebody who isn't going to ever put my happiness first. Like, it doesn't seem like a loss. It really is a gain because you're making space for somebody who wants to love you properly, who does want to be the person to provide in the way that you need, whether that be emotionally, physically, financially. And really, we need to stop shaming people whose love language is either gifts or even having, for example, security financially. Please don't tell me that money can't buy happiness. Being broke can make everything so much worse. And at least if you know that someone is financially sane and literate, it can make even trying times in a relationship so much more manageable because you're not worrying about them gambling everything away, wasting all of the money, maybe even like locking you out of the finances or lying about it, not having mortgages, rents paid, things like that. These are all very serious things. And we need to remind ourselves, like, the person that we go to bed beside every single night, the person with whom our love story plays out, has such a huge effect on how our entire life will play out. So it's important that we pick wisely. It's important that we pick somebody who brings us stability emotionally and in all the other ways in which you desire stability. And it literally doesn't matter how much you earn or whether you need their money or not. It says a lot about them and also their priorities, where their priorities lay. If they're with the family, then they will act accordingly. So my gorgeous Cancerians, I am just getting this vibe of clearing the space, cleansing it, and coming back to you with some more details. So allow for me to just remove these cards so we can clear out the space, so we can just create like a fresh slate here with your spell that we've got as well. And one thing that I want us to do now is to create an affirmation circle for you. I will be using my new affirmation circle deck to cleanse the space, and then we'll lay a few more cards. And what doing affirmations will kind of achieve for you is that you rebuild your confidence, is that you reaffirm a love story that is worthy of you, because your love is incredible. And I want you to know that anyone who gets to play out a love story with you is a lucky person and should be eternally grateful. So first up, we've got I am in charge of my life and my destiny. Please repeat after me, my gorgeous Cancerians. I am in charge of my life and my destiny. Actually, we'll intuitively create your affirmation circle and then we'll say it together before we clear it out again. So next up, we've got I deserve to relax and recharge. If you sometimes feel like you're not entitled to relaxation, you need to be heavy on this affirmation, my gorgeous Cancerians, because exhausting yourself is not going to do anything for anyone in your life. Next up, we've got I have all the skills I need to succeed. If you've ever doubted whether you're capable of achieving your dreams, if you're capable of finding love, of living out a beautiful love story, know here that you've got everything that you need for that. You simply need to believe and just start moving, okay? Don't overthink. All you need to do is live your life in a manner that makes you proud. You are a capable leader. Say that. I am a capable leader. Insecurities get us all, especially if you're running a business or you're a business owner. I get you too well. Sometimes I can also feel a little bit in my, divine feminine, not wanting to lead type of energy because I just want to receive. I sometimes just want to be in my introvert space, but you are a capable leader, even if you sometimes don't feel like it. I make the choices that bring peace into my life. So making choices that bring peace into your life, that also entails choosing a healthy romantic partner, creating a love story that actually has a future. I am worthy of unconditional love. Yes, this is how we're going to close off your affirmation circle. Knowing that you are worthy of unconditional love, it's a game changer, and it's definitely something that reflects in the relationships that you choose. It doesn't matter whether your imperfections are seemingly big or small to you. You are worthy of unconditional love, and when you have someone that loves you unconditionally, hold on to them, okay? Because in this day and age, it can be a rare find. So let's go through your affirmation circle. I will repeat the affirmations twice, and please say them with me to manifest. I am in charge of my life and my destiny. I am in charge of my life and my destiny. I have all the skills I need to succeed. I have all the skills I need to succeed. I am worthy of unconditional love. I am worthy of unconditional love. I make choices that bring peace into my life. I make choices that bring peace into my life. I am a capable leader. I am a capable leader. I deserve to relax and recharge. I deserve to relax and recharge. So I hope you're already feeling a little more uplifted, a little more confident, my gorgeous fellow Cancerians, because I know sometimes life can get a little trying, and sometimes even just saying some affirmations about ourselves out loud can help us to start our day or continue our day in a way that is just more supportive, more healing, and overall gives you this feeling like, okay, I can do this. So allow for me to clear out our affirmations, and we'll add a few more cards into your reading to figure out more about your love story, because I am very curious to see what's coming next towards you, my gorgeous Cancerians. Oh, and if you're interested in the daily affirmation circle, don't say I didn't tell you so. It's on my website. I'll link it below in the description box so you can check it out there. It's one of my many decks that I've created, and you guys know my goal is to create products that help people, that make people's lives better, and that's what the idea behind this daily affirmation circle is, that you do it every day, and it just gives you support and that little oomph every day that you may need. So here within the Five of Cups, I want you to know that your love story is going to have a time in which you feel as though you are struggling. Okay, I'm just going to be honest with you, because of loss. The Five of Cups shows here that loss coming your way could be in the form of, for example, losing a job, or just figuring out precisely that somebody in your life isn't so well anymore. And I want you to know that this is something natural and it will happen to you and your partner if you're together for long enough, okay? When you're together for decades, there will be some periods of loss and feeling down and out, but that's also why we've got the Strength card here. Your love story is meant to give you the strength and give you the confidence to keep your head held high, to have the strength to endure any kind of challenge and any kind of situation that is super taxing or that makes you feel like your heart just can't take the sensation of loss, because it can be very painful. It can feel almost like physical pain in a way. And here within the Ace of Wands, what that will actually do, going through loss, but being strong and having a strong person by your side who won't waver, who will be there right next to you when you need them, is in the Ace of Wands, that you will be able to grow together from the situation, and you will feel as though your creativity has been reignited just because a life-changing event that seemed negative, that seemed scarring, actually what it did was just remind you of how short life can be, of the fragility of life. I think a lot of us can forget that when we're in arguments or discussions, or we've got something challenging that we're dealing with another person. And here within Confessions, your love story is all about being honest and also confessing at times between you and your partner when you've wasted a lot of time and a lot of energy, when the ego has taken a hold. And when you have a safe space where you can say these things, where you can have these confessions and not judge each other, I would say that is one of the goals of a healthy relationship, to be able to be with them and be honest and not feel judged, and also reflect on mistakes you've made in the past. Here within the Leap of Faith, I would like for you to understand that when it comes to your love story, it will be a huge leap and a huge risk that you're taking, either moving in with them or signing the dotted line. All of these are very big leaps because, I mean, just, how should I say, financially and by law, you are attached to them in a way where you need to fully be able to trust them, and that their actions will not harm you, that their actions will not have any negative repercussions. So this level of trust only comes when you're able to be honest and confess like deep dark secrets to each other and say things to each other that everybody thinks but would never say. Okay, that's the kind of bond that we have here. And within Claim Your Energy, I would like for you to understand that when it comes to your love story, you will have to take your energy back from everywhere that you've kind of let it just bounce around. Right now, maybe you've got some energy with family members, some energy that work has claimed unjustly, not rightfully, if you know what I mean. And it is not to like knock, for example, family members or friends or your work situation, but sometimes people just like expect you to not have anything other than their own problems or their own issues to deal with. Sometimes it feels like people don't understand, like, you've got a schedule of your own. You're not just waiting and on ready to jump whenever they say jump. And the thing here within Claim Your Energy is that this love story of yours will have you be very protective about your time, your energy, your schedule, your itinerary. And that's very good for your relationship. That's really good for your love story, because you will set out different times and days to go out on dates, to still wine and dine each other. Also, physical intimacy is something that will be very important. You or your partner's first or secondary love language may be physical touch. And I just want you to know here that in order to keep that going and keep it strong, you will of course have to claim your time, claim your energy, and make sure it's not just floating around with everyone else, or you haven't given everyone else permission to it. Meanwhile, you would need it the most, but you don't have it, if you know what I mean. So my beautiful fellow Cancerians, this is the second part to your love story reading that I received for you, and I truly hope that you have enjoyed this and that you found it insightful. Feel free to let me know below in the comment section. Leave a little snake emoji below in the comment section to let me and others know that you're a Cancerian, that you made it to this point of the reading, and that you enjoyed this love story prediction and this video format. I'm sending you all so much love, and I can't wait to connect with you during one of my upcoming predictions. Hello, all of my beautiful Leo babies, and welcome to the second, even more detailed part of your love story prediction. I hope that you enjoyed picking part 1 during the intro of this video, where you had 4 groups to choose from. But now let's talk all things Leo, shall we? And I'm going to get straight into your love story reading, starting off with a spell that you can use for your love life. So let's see precisely what Spirit has in mind when it comes to a spell for you. Okay, so we've got an everyday spell. This is the Elemental Magic of Earth spell, and feel free to take a screenshot right here, save the screenshot so you can refer back to it. If you're something of a gardener, you can symbolically plant transformation into your life. Take a handful of beans from your pantry or a seed package and empower them by placing them on your altar during the light of the waning moon. Plant them after you have prayed. I plant these seeds of fortune and change. As they grow, good luck for all will rise and flow. From this soil comes all bounty, as we know. So this is your elemental magic, your earth magic, that you're meant to use every single day, just in order to enhance your life in general, but also draw in the type of love life that you desire. But now let's get into your reading, my gorgeous Leo babies. Let's figure out precisely what your love story is going to look like, shall we? So see what the Wild Muse Oracle has to say. Gentleness. So you need a gentle lover, and your love story is going to reflect just that. You are a sensitive soul, far more sensitive than people give Leos credit for. I don't know if it's because they think you're a lion that you can be handled roughly, but no, Leos actually really thrive in a gentle, soft environment, especially romantically speaking, because you are one of those signs of the zodiac that can be feisty and that can be in their masculine when they need to be. You just want to be able to relax and let your guard down, and that's why gentleness is a part of your love story and your love life, because you need that to feel healthy and to thrive. Connect with nature. Think of hikes, think of going to nature reserves, camping, and overall being in a space where you can ground yourself into nature regularly. Part of your everyday kind of spell or everyday situation that can make your life better is to go on daily walks. I do this almost every single day. I go into the forest or just on a nice little walk that allows for me to connect with nature, to ground myself, and to find myself in my gentleness again. Next up, we've got updates to your system. So my gorgeous Leo babies, I want you to know that your love story will bring updates to your system in the sense of you feeling differently about love as soon as your love story starts to commence. So the thing is just that your love story, how you had it in your head up until this reading, is probably completely different from how it's actually going to play out. Your love story is going to challenge you in different ways, and I don't mean challenge you in the sense of hardship. I mean challenge you in the sense of seeing love in a new light, like seeing how partnership can work differently, seeing just what kind of love is healthy for you in a completely different way. Because in the past, for example, you maybe thought that you needed a big, strong protector type of person, but actually you are seeing that you need someone who pushes you to put yourself in challenging situations for yourself. That could be, for example, getting that extra degree, going to those night classes. It could be starting your own business, someone who is protective but also pushes you to take risks and in different types of ways that in the end make you feel proud and like you're with the right person who makes your life better. Resilience, rise above tribulations. That's a message that you're meant to receive in regard to any love story, actually. I wanted to say to your love story, but actually every love story needs resilience from all parties involved. So resilience is important to be able to rise above challenges, tribulations, and overall just times of feeling disconnected, because in any relationship that will happen, even if it's a platonic one. I had a phase where I felt very disconnected from the person who was always closest to me, which is my mom. And, we went through that phase and we were able to rise above the tribulations and come back even stronger and more understanding of one another's boundaries, needs, and wants. And I see here that your love story is going to have these similar types of waves and ups and downs, where in the end actually you find more gratitude for one another and being grateful for all that you have, being grateful for who is in your life as well. I do see here that this is maybe a completely different feeling than you've had in the past. I want you to know that Spirit feels as though in the past there was not so much of this two-way street of gratitude. Like maybe people who were in a relationship with you or situationship, they said that they were grateful or they said that they appreciate things, but their actions didn't actually show it. You know what I mean? Like they didn't actually demonstrate how grateful that they were. And it was just clear that some of what they said was literally just to coddle you, was maybe just to make you feel a certain way so you would stay, so you would allow them to continue to be in your life, but it wasn't actually what they meant, what was really going on. And the dolphin is a symbol of not worrying, but instead being happy. So the thing about your love story is that you're not going to worry about infidelity. You're not going to worry about your lover, whether they will love you forever or not, whether the relationship is going to go through rough patches or any of those types of thoughts. You're not worrying, you're focused on being happy. That's what I see here within the dolphin when it comes to your love story. Worry is a thing of the past. You're not engaging in it anymore because you've understood at the end of the day, it doesn't really contribute anything. Like it doesn't make what you're worried about to be less likely to occur. So for example, if you're worried that you will ever break up or get divorced or be single or a single parent, worrying about it isn't actually going to change that outcome, right? It's not actually going to prevent it. I would say it's probably just even going to make it more likely, because that's the energy that you're associating with and popping out into the universe. So you're realizing that with your love story, with everything in your life that you desire, that you want to attract or avoid, it is really a thing of choosing your battles, choosing the overthinking battles you would like to engage in, and realizing when actually you focusing on certain things you don't want is just affirming it, is just making space for it. And instead to focus on what you do want, to focus on being in the moment, to not worry, but instead to focus on happiness. So we've got a reflection message for you, my beautiful Leo. This is our reflection message. Be patient with yourself. Self-growth is tender. It's holy ground. There's no greater investment. Before bed, recite the following affirmation 5 times. I am a work in progress. Today I am stronger than yesterday, and tomorrow I will be stronger than today. This is a really beautiful message for you to receive, and I highly recommend that you screenshot this. Maybe favorite it in your photo library, in your camera roll, because that way you can always refer back to it, or even write it into your journal or notebook. Because one thing about affirmations is that they are more powerful than we give them credit for. And when you have a good affirmation for yourself, for your love story, Stick to it, use it, repeat it. Literally, it cannot harm. It can only make the vibrations around you better. It can only make your mindset more positive. So we have another affirmation for you. Here we go. You have been criticizing yourself for years and it hasn't worked. Try approving of yourself and see what happens. Oh, I love this, my beautiful Leo baby. Recite this affirmation 5 times this morning. I am perfect just the way I am. Do this in front of the mirror to just make it even more powerful, and say it with conviction. At the beginning, it may seem a little fake, weird, or insincere, and that's normal because maybe you don't believe those things about yourself just yet. But I want you to know that with time, practice, and overall learning to love yourself more, learning to see yourself as more of a confident, worthwhile individual, these affirmations will become less cringy and a lot more natural to you. So I want to see with our astro dice what kind of astrological energy is strong for your love story. Ooh, okay, we've got Aries, and it didn't bounce around too much, honestly. Here we've got the symbol of Aries. So Aries is a fire sign, just like you, my beautiful Leo. And this is a fire sign that loves adventure, that is pretty outgoing and very, very fun to be around. So we have an outgoing, fun fire sign here that is meant to be part of your love story. And I would also like to see what astrological placement is important. Ooh, okay. Here we go. Let's just zoom in for you. So here we have Venus, which is the planet of beauty, of love, and affection. I want you to know that having Venus and Aries just shows a very stunning combination of softness, but also this will to do things, to accomplish things. So a great mixture between divine feminine and masculine energy. And I also just want to see what number is important for you and your partner. We've got the number 6. The number 6 is a great number to receive in representation of your love story, because guess what? The number 6 is a number of family. It is the number of being generous as well, being giving, being gentle and caring, and togetherness. So this is a really, really awesome number for you to receive in connectivity to your love story reading. And it's a very fortunate number. It's a triumphant number. So if you're looking for a day to do something special with your person, the 6th is an amazing day for you to go on a first date, for you to plan a wedding, for example. The number 6 is a number that will guide your love story and your relationship in the right direction continuously. So my beautiful Leo babies, this is the reading that I received for you, and I hope that you've enjoyed it and that you found it insightful. Please do leave a dolphin emoji below in the comment section to let me and others know that you were here and that you received this second, even more detailed part of your love story reading. I hope that you're doing amazing. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel to never miss another video, and I can't wait to connect with you during one of my upcoming predictions. Hello, my beautiful Virgo babies, and welcome to the second, even more intricate part of your love story reading. I hope that you enjoyed part 1 that you got to pick from during the intro of this video, where I had the 4 individuals in form of 4 different groups prepared for you. But now we'll talk all things Virgo when it comes to your love story. And we will start off your reading by equipping you with a little spell that can help you on the journey to this love story that we will figure out all the details of. So this is a moon spell that you're meant to have, and I definitely recommend that you take a screenshot, that you save this moon spell of yours, just so you can refer back to it and always use it. This is the Moon Day Tea Sacrament. So brew a pot of jasmine tea and let it cool. Add honey to taste and drink the mixture with a good friend or a new acquaintance. Jasmine is a vine that represents the intertwining of people. You will be more bonded to anyone with whom you share this sweet ritual. I recommend brewing up a batch every Monday or moon day to ensure that each week is filled with joyfulness. As the jasmine tea steeps, pray. On this moon day in this new week, I call upon the spirits to guide joy to my door. By this moon on this day, I call upon Artemis and Selene, ladies fair, to show me the best way to live. For this I am grateful. Blessed be the brew, blessed be me. So this is your moon day tea spell and ritual. So this is the spell that you're meant to use to deepen a romantic connection in your life, but also if you are still channeling a romantic connection into your life, to deepen the existing bonds and friendships that you've got. So let's move into your reading, shall we? First up, we've got the Archangel Gabriel. The Archangel Gabriel is the messenger of creativity and hope, and as you can see here, we've got this kind of caring energy that's holding a lot of children, babies even, and this shows us that your love story will have these moments in which you are surrounded by a lot of kids, a lot of babies. Now, if this currently sounds like a nightmare to you, I just want you to know that things can change in unimaginable ways, okay? If you're not a huge child or baby person, just know here that there will be some part of you that is so creative, giving, and nurturing that kids will naturally feel extremely drawn to you. And you may just lean into that more than you ever expected. And also, your profession may entail helping children as well in ways that you didn't know or that you didn't see as a part of your career that you wanted to pursue in such a manner. But it's going to happen anyway, and your love story is going to include the effect of some kids being around. We've next up got the 7 deadly sins. Now this shows us here that humanity's destructive traits are what you are trying to protect your love story from, and also any children that may be involved on your path and in your life. The 7 deadly sins shows that humanity does have some traits that are harsh, that are dark, that I would say are scary even, and we have to protect kids and our society, our loved ones, as much as we possibly can from these deadly sins, from these destructive traits. And your passion, as well as your work, is to serve others, is to help others, is to bring value to this world. And I want you to know that in your love story, being in a relationship where you also do some philanthropic work, where you are very concerned with the well-being of others, especially kids, is just a bond that you can't compare to other types of relationships that are just built on liking how one another look, or just feeling like you would be a good match because you're both successful or you both have the same kind of like vague goals in life. Actually doing things that are helpful to humanity together just creates so much of a deeper connection. And here within celebration, know that your love story will entail a lot of fun. And in connectivity to the Archangel Gabriel, this can also mean a lot of birthday parties of kids and just celebrating with people who otherwise maybe can't afford to celebrate by themselves. So on Christmas, with your partner in your love story, actually going to homeless shelters and dropping off some food, some toys for children, even sacrificing, or it's not to you even a sacrifice, okay? So even spending some of these days that are traditionally known as days of celebration with just family and as holidays, spending those with people who are less fortunate and who would give anything to have for example, a warm meal or clothes or toys, okay? So there is a lot of really good energy and good vibes that are radiating here when it comes to your love story. That just shows that you are meant to be very committed in your partnership to doing good in this world. So let's see what else we've got for you right here. We've got a reflection card. To experience peace does not mean that your life is always blissful. It means that you are capable of tapping into a blissful state of mind amidst the normal chaos of a hectic life. What were some ways you experienced peace during chaos today? That is an amazing journal prompt for you to reflect on, because once you realize that experiencing peace doesn't mean that life is easy or blissful, but it's actually just means that you can tap into this state, it makes it so powerful. Because even during your love story, when you're feeling a little unsure, when you're feeling like there are some ups and downs, but you know you can tap into a safe space, that will just help you so much to ground yourself. That will help you so much to know precisely how to handle situations, and also how to keep your love safe, okay? How to not let external influences affect your love story. In multiple streams, it is clear that in your love story, you are meant to have multiple ways of income, multiple streams of income. So not just you and your partner having a job, but maybe even building third, fourth, fifth streams of income with one another, because you're very fascinated by money, not in a way that you're like obsessed with luxury, but in a way that you understand the freedom that comes with having multiple streams and being financially pretty solid and able to just overall pay for things without worrying or overthinking. And the thing is that even having enough to buy good quality items in the end saves you a lot of money. Like, for example, purchasing a good quality toaster that will last you years in the end is cheaper than if you get a very inexpensive one that breaks, or that maybe even leaves some traces of microplastics in your food and is then detrimental to your health. Think of clothes, for example. You and your partner buying clothes that are high quality rather than clothes that are just fast fashion and inexpensive. Those will last you for years, and they can be timeless, look classy, get you more business deals. Whereas if you just buy cheap indie things, you will have to throw them away pretty quickly and they won't look as good. So I want you to know here within Manifesting Magic that your love story does entail a lot of magic that you manifest from the strong thoughts that you feel towards love. So if you've always very, very strongly felt like you want a lover who treats you in a very soft manner, that buys you gifts, that surprises you, that goes on dates with you, that travels with you, pays for things, shows you a lot of affection, whatever it is that you desire, that placing your intention there will manifest that kind of magical outcome for you. And as a Virgo, you definitely need someone who can handle you with care and softness. So seeing you manifesting this into reality is a very, very positive kind of symbol that we've got here. And I want to see what sign should be part of your love story. Ooh, okay, we've got Taurus, which is a fellow earth sign of yours. Here we go. I hope you can see this. Now, Taurus is all about possessions. So, of course, finances are important. Of course, we had multiple streams show up here for you because Taurus just wants to make sure that you are safe, financially speaking, and that there is a solid ground and foundation. They love stability, and they also like to be very organized. They're emotionally intelligent. Now, my beautiful Virgo babies, I want to clear and cleanse the space and then be back so we can delve more deeply into your reading. So just allow for me to do so, and I'll be right back so we can figure out more details about your love story. Welcome back, my beautiful Virgo babies. Now let's move even more deeply into your love story reading, shall we? So first up here, we've got the Emperor. So the Emperor shows us that you're meant to be with somebody who has a very strong personality, being in a situation where they don't like unfair resolutions, okay? They don't like when there's any injustice. It's important for them that things are done in a way that is lawful, that is also just fair, in the sense of, by law, maybe you are able to do some sketchy business practices, but it's not something that you would actually do if you're a decent person. And they do definitely place a lot of value on common sense, even though that's becoming more and more uncommon these days. And they are someone who is wise, who is older than you, and who a lot of people look up to and respect. That's what I see for your love story. And they're pretty solid when it comes to how they've set up their life so far. They're pretty solid when it comes to their career and their finances, and they're just looking to make it bigger and better. So I do also want to add some numbers into your reading so we can see exactly what age difference we're speaking of here. So we've got the number 9 that is important. Okay, so they are either precisely 9 years older than you, or just have spent 9 years already within their profession, and therefore have a lot of wisdom, a lot of knowledge, and have already built a foundation of having a certain income, having a certain level of authority, people trusting them to a certain degree. That's what I can see here within the Emperor. Then we have the King of Wands. Now, the King of Wands reversed shows us that while they are somebody who has a lot of divine masculine energy, they still do take their time to think before they act. They're not an impulsive kind of person. The King of Wands in reverse shows that your lover or your love story is supposed to play out with somebody who is kind, who is nurturing, who understands when to take a step back and when to give you and the people around a bit more time to figure out precisely what you desire and then make a decision. They're not a pushy type of person, and they're overall the type of person who likes to take a step back and give everybody space to really, really figure out what they desire. And they don't like to influence people. They like for people to have their own thoughts and opinions. I see here within the Two of Coins that work-life balance is something that is now very important to them. Your love story is meant to play out with somebody who isn't constantly on their phone, for example, at the dinner table, who isn't just constantly saying that they're busy with work and that they don't have time for you, etc. The Two of Coins shows balance. It shows that they value harmony within a family and relationship setting. They've been in very chaotic and toxic relationships, and being with you, they don't want that anymore. They don't want that for your future, your potential future children as well. It is definitely a kind of tactic that they are now working on to meditate, for example, as they're having dinner, to not be on their phone, but instead to just focus on enjoying the texture of the food, the smell, the overall experience of tasting something yummy, being in the moment, and really enjoying every experience mindfully. So the Two of Coins shows that they didn't always have that, but now that they've got the luxury to enjoy life in this way, they're doing so without ever feeling like they're missing out on the distracted lifestyle where they're scrolling through their timeline or constantly on TikTok or checking emails. So let's see what other message you're meant to receive. You must hold your quiet center where you do what only you can do. Choose stillness as an active practice of patience. It is okay to wait. You will get where you need to be. And see, in today's day and age, especially when it comes to love, a lot of us can feel like we are so behind because there are people who in their early or mid-20s are already married, settled down, have children, live in their own home, seem to have things figured out with their job. So when you're either the same age, you feel like, oh my God, I have so much to catch up on. I'm so behind, if you're not in that situation. If you're younger, it puts pressure on you that, oh my God, I only have a couple years left before I should have my life figured out, romantically speaking. And if you're older than that and your life isn't this picture perfect cutout of what society shows us is like the goal, then you may feel like you're so behind, like you've wasted a lot of time, like something is wrong with you, like you're not enough. And it's so important for you to practice stillness, to understand that you will get where you need to be, and not everyone's path is like that. And just because someone started off early with all of these accomplishments, that doesn't mean that, for example, they are where they want to be professionally, but you are, because you had time to pursue things professionally or academically. It also does not mean that it will last forever. Chances are maybe even higher that people who get married at a very young age will get divorced again because they just haven't been through all of these stages of self-development. So that may cause a rift later down the line with their partner, because growing apart is more likely when you haven't fully developed your personality yet and your goals in life. So know that just because certain things feel like they're happening later in life for you, that does not mean a negative thing. Sometimes it is way better to give things a little extra time, even a couple extra years, but then when you do it, it lasts. It's like building a house. There's no point in rushing the process just so you can move in quickly. And you didn't pour the concrete and wait for it to settle. You built things on a wonky foundation, and then the house needs to be redone in 20 years, and you've had problems all throughout living in it to begin with. It makes way more sense to build it slowly, meticulously, with discipline as well as an eye for detail, and then once it's built, even though it maybe took twice or 3 times as long, you can live in it for the rest of your life. You're not having any issues with it, and you're proud of it. Your life quality is up. And that is the type of vibe that we've got here for your love story, that you're also being called to remember and to focus on whenever you feel any doubt. Next up, within the spider, trust the creative spark you're feeling and express it through writing stories that inspire and enlighten. So my gorgeous Virgos, you are meant to write stories and to inspire people through your words. You're also more multi-talented than you think, and your love story is going to bring out this creativity in you because your partner will encourage you to be more creative and be more of yourself. I see here within the platypus that you are being called to stop complaining and focus your attention on the blessings in your life. So there are most likely more blessings than you are aware of, my gorgeous Virgos. And when you complain or you kind of feel down and out about where your love life is going, you are blocking further blessings from coming in because it seems like you're not ready. Where your attention goes is also where your energy flows. And if your energy is in a state of feeling lack, then attracting abundance becomes impossible. But when you focus your attention on the blessings in your life and the relationships in your life that are amazing, even if they're not yet love story types of relationships, know that that will open up the door for the type of additional relationships to enter your life that you want. This could also feel like business relationships that you're missing, to just get that extra edge to be a little bit more successful professionally speaking. Don't complain. Simply attract what it is that you desire by already embodying the version of yourself that is at the finish line, that has reached their goal. And I just want you to know here, my gorgeous Virgo baby, when it comes to your love story, you are meant to be with somebody who is like a mentor, who is somebody that can teach you a lot of things that you didn't know from their experience. So they're going to be like in the background mentoring you to become the most successful version of yourself, but they will never take the claim to fame. they will always leave you all of the recognition that you have worked so hard to get. So my gorgeous Virgo babies, this is the reading that I received for you about your love story, and I hope that you enjoyed it and that you found it insightful. Feel free to let me know below in the comment section by leaving a little spider emoji below. And if you're afraid of spiders, just leave a coin emoji below instead. And all my gorgeous Virgos, I can't wait to connect with you during one of my upcoming readings. Take care. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, and I'll catch you during one of my upcoming predictions. Hello, all of my beautiful Libra babies, and welcome to the second, even more intricate part of your love story reading. So I'd like to get straight into it. I hope that you enjoyed the first part of your reading, which was based on the group that you chose during the intro of this video. I had 4 different individuals and 4 decks of cards for you to choose from, and that made up the first part of your love story prediction. But now we'll talk all things Libra. Let's see. We've got abundance. So you know what? An impoverished life or love story is not for you, my gorgeous Libra babies. I want you to know here that you are meant to live an abundant life romantically, whether that be when it comes to finances, you receiving lavish gifts, you having a lot of attention being brought your way, and an abundance of care being part of your love story. Just overall feeling like your love story carries this overall feeling that there is an abundance of everything that brings goodness. As you can see, we have a very happy expression here, and as mentioned, a feeling of abundance in a material sense too, financially, okay? Because we've got coins right here. I know abundance can entail a lot of different factors in life, but the financial one is not one to be overlooked either. And I would say it's definitely not something to be sad about if there's an abundance of that here in your love story. Next up, we've got you're ready. My gorgeous Libra babies, if you have ever asked yourself whether you're ready to be a spouse, ready to be a mother, ready to be a parent, a person who is in a committed relationship for the long haul, whether you're capable of choosing the right person for decades to come, this is your sign. This is your confirmation from your guides. You are ready. You have been prone to overthink that maybe you're not quite there, maybe you're not quite ready, but allow for me to say to you, you are, okay? You have definitely underestimated your capabilities. You've underestimated just how emotionally intelligent and secure and mature that you are as a person. And as a Libra, you can be kind of indecisive and a chronic overthinker, okay? I just need to say it very bluntly, and I hope you can appreciate that. But know here that when it comes to your love story, you're ready for it. And really, it's just like, what are you waiting for? Like that song with SZA that's in a lot of reels, you know, that Love Me Like You Do song. Yeah, you get the vibe. Let's see what else is coming towards your love story, my gorgeous Libra babies. So Spirit has to say to you that your love story will actually improve your health. There are people out here acquiring more trauma, more hurt, more pain, whose health is going downhill because they're in the wrong love story, but not you, my gorgeous Libra. Your love life is actually meant to improve your health, mentally and physically. If you have been struggling with any kind of illnesses, if you have been struggling with your mental health, you're choosing somebody who is going to soothe that, who is going to make you feel more at ease, who is understanding. And I want you to know here with an improving health that this is an important factor for you to choose a partner. Because guess what? I just read this study, and I know a lot of you are women who are attracted to men, but men are like 5, 6, 7 times more likely to leave their partners if they become terminally ill or have just some sort of illness that makes them be in bed rest for a long amount of time. So it is so important that we choose partners who are really dedicated there for us, who take our health seriously, and who understand that it's not just them that needs baby treatment when they get a flu or when they don't feel great. This is a real commitment where you need to be able to count on them just as much. And when you have that security, when you have that feeling and just that inner knowing that you've got someone by your side who will be with you no matter how challenging things get, that is when your health can truly improve, because you're not in fight or flight mode. You're not in a place where you feel like, yeah, I've got this partner or I've got this romantic situation, but when it really comes down to it, I'm not sure if they'll actually be there. I'm not sure if I can actually count on them. I want you to know here that you not having to worry about that is just a great improvement for your mental stability as well, and for your decisiveness. The Ace of Swords shows just that. The Ace is a very decisive kind of card. The Suit of Swords is the suit of air signs, so perfect for my Libra babies, as it represents the element of air and everything that happens in your mental realm. And the Ace always means a new beginning. So if you've wondered what an Ace means when it comes to tarot, it always stands for a fresh start. And I want you to know here within the Ace of Swords that your romantic life, your love story, actually will allow you to make decisions based on what you want and learn new mindsets on how to take care of your needs in a way that in the past you weren't able to, or you kind of felt afraid to put yourself first. Because the Knight of Cups shows us who's riding into your life, okay? This is the Knight of water signs. And I do also want to add my astro dice into the mix so we can figure out precisely what water sign. Let's get it. Okay, so actually we received Libra energy here, which considering this reading, it just shows that your guides are trying to say to you, look, this reading is really for you. Here you go. We've got the symbol of Libra, and you are meant to be with this water sign. But I definitely want a little bit more info about the water sign. So Spirit, I wasn't so much asking about who we're reading for. I really wanted to figure out with whom our gorgeous Libra baby is going to play this love story out with. Okay, we've got Libra again. Something about your energy is just very magnetic right now, and Spirit just won't let it go. So if you needed a sign that this is your reading, then know that this is it. I mean, Spirit couldn't be any more clear. So Spirit, I will ask you one more time whether we can figure out the zodiac sign of our Libra baby's person. If you feel as though this is all the information we can get, then please just land us on Libra for the third time. But let's just see what Spirit wants to say and what our guides have for us today. Okay, we've got Libra again. It is very clear, my gorgeous Libras, and you guys have seen in my previous readings, these dice almost never land on Libra, so it is a very clear message. Your guides are here with you in the room. They just want you to know that this reading is for you, undoubtedly so, and that you are meant to focus on yourself. We were talking about you focusing on yourself and the Knight of Cups being part of your love story and kind of riding into your life on a white horse, but what your love story is really about is finding your autonomy, finding the fact that it is okay to put yourself first. And it's even healthy, it's even attractive, because guess what? There are so many people in relationships who are happiest when their partner puts themselves first. There are so many, especially male counterparts, who don't want to be the center of attention in the relationship, who don't want you to do everything for them. They may think that they want that, but actually they find it incredibly attractive, and they have more respect for you when you put yourself first rather than treat them like you're their mother. Next up, we've got the Nine of Crystals. Know here that your love story is going to save you from serious burnout, okay? That is why this reading is so you-centric. You've put in too much and neglected yourself in work, but in your personal life too, but I'm hearing especially in work, you've just done too much. You've chased the bag, you've chased having success professionally to the extent that you undermined your health, and that is why it is so important that this phase was experienced, but you just kind of are able to get out of it with little injuries, with little bumps, little hurts, but nothing so severe that it can't be reversed, or that you're not able to refocus on yourself. But let's see what kind of spell that Spirit has for you when it comes to your love story. So we've got an everyday spell for you, which is the telepathy tea. And I definitely encourage you to take a little screenshot here if you want to just save this into your photos. So the telepathy tea goes as follows. Dandelion root tea can call upon the spirit of anyone whose advice you might need. Simply place a freshly brewed tea using this root on your bedroom altar or a nightstand. Before you sleep, say the name of your helper deity aloud 7 times. In a dream or vision, the spirit will visit you and answer all your questions. During medieval times, this spell was used to find hidden treasure. Geoffrey Chaucer, the English poet from the Middle Ages who was well versed in astrology and other metaphysics, recommended this tried and true tea. So know that this is the perfect brew for your love story, and that you are being encouraged to use this when it comes to your love life and when you're with someone, romantically speaking. I also want to add another card into your reading that may actually give you a little prompt on what to do. This is what we received for you. How you love yourself is how you teach others to love you. Picture what it would look like to be loved and appreciated by the world in just the manner you most desire. Channel this image as you move through your day. So this is a little task for you to do in order to attract the type of love life and love story into your life that you desire and you deserve. Because, my gorgeous Libras, you deserve nothing less than a love that treats you precisely how you need to be loved. We've only got one life to live. We might as well just be loved in the way that makes us feel the most special and the most cared for. Next up, we've got an inspiration card for you, and feel free to screenshot all of these so you can use them for journaling later on, so you can refer back to the spells. I really want you to get the most out of my videos, for it to not just be a thing that you're maybe listening to or momentarily watching. I want to change people's lives with my videos. I want you to actually take practical advice from these readings and make your life better. So this is the inspiration that we've got for you. Have patience with all things, but first of all, with yourself. Write down ways in which you can be more patient with yourself. Keep this list handy to reference when needed. Yes. So a big part of what you can grow in and what can make your life better is having more patience with yourself. This is definitely something that you struggle with at times, my gorgeous Libra, and this is definitely something that we need you to work on a little bit, okay? The patience with yourself, finding balance with yourself. And I do also want to add an affirmation into this reading. Why are some of these cards upside down? So let's figure out what affirmation that you need to hear right now and that you should take with you for the rest of this week. I am in control of my thoughts and my actions. If you are somebody who can get a little bit anxious and even heated when someone pushes certain buttons and triggers you, especially someone close to you, remind yourself that you are in control of your thoughts and your actions. You don't have to react, because the thing about reactivity is it usually happens when we've lost control. And Spirit and your guides are trying to say to you, hey, you can control that. As long as you are non-reactive, then that means that someone else isn't controlling how you're feeling, what you're doing, and what kind of consequences that you need to face. So it's very important that you yourself know that you have this power, and this is probably one of the biggest powers and strengths that you can have: non-reactivity, not giving in to when situations trigger you. And I want you to know that that will be the foundation of your love story, being able to control yourself, being able to not kind of just blurt out hurtful things in a fight or in an argument. I want to add another affirmation in for you. Here we go. I put my mental health first. Yes, a supporter of therapy. That's the type of person you're going to be with, and a supporter of your mental health. it is increasingly important that we take care of our mental health. I think everyone has realized that, even mainstream media, mainstream doctors. And I would like you to know here that your love story is all about mental health. You don't want to create a legacy or children who are already starting off life mentally drained, challenged, and with a lot of trauma. You are healing yourself, so you are not passing down harmful patterns, and the person you end up with agrees with this 100%. Your love story has the main character being you, and whoever you're with just needs to adapt to everything that we spoke about within your reading. That became very clear as we received Libra 3 times as we asked for a zodiac sign. It doesn't matter. They can be a Libra as well, but the main focal point here is that your love story is about you. Their zodiac sign doesn't matter. You are compatible with anyone so long as they have the emotional bandwidth to be in this progressive kind of relationship. Now, all of my gorgeous Libra babies, this is the reading that I've received for you, and I hope that you found it insightful. Feel free to let me know below in the comment section. I mean, down here. Sorry, I'm so used to the different angle while filming. Let me know below in the comment section. Feel free to leave a little like scale emoji below, a Libra emoji. That way you can let me and others know that you're a Libra baby and you made it to the end of your reading. And overall, I'd just like to thank you for spending this divine time and space with me. And I can't wait to connect with you during one of my upcoming readings. Hello, all of my beautiful Scorpio babies, and welcome to the second part of your love story reading, where we talk all things Scorpio about your love life. I hope that you enjoyed the first part of your prediction, where you got to pick from the 4 different individuals and groups that I had prepared for you during the intro of this video. But now we will get very specifically into your Scorpio energy to figure out precisely what your love story is meant to be and what it's all about. So I want you to know here that your love story will bring a new direction for you. If up until this point you thought that you will get married and live that white picket fence life with a Labrador, 2 kids, and a husband, I want you to know that you may have to choose a new direction. Your career might take off like crazy, and you may be traveling lots, living in apartments on different continents in different cities, and you may really enjoy that versus the life that would have been a little bit more settled, if you will. That doesn't mean that you can't still have the white picket fence kind of life that you wanted, but there will be temporarily a different kind of direction that you're moving into with your love story. And your love story is going to adapt to this new direction, and it's going to thrive under these circumstances that you didn't expect for yourself. And often some of the greatest surprises are the ones that we don't expect and we don't see coming whatsoever. Next up, we've got a big old yes for you. So my gorgeous Scorpios, you're one of the more intense signs of the zodiac. Some even say you're the most intense sign. On top of that, you're a water sign, which means that you're emotionally wired. You act on your emotions, you act on your intuition. You don't always just wait for logic to tell you what direction to move into. And I want you to know here that you, in all of your Scorpio-ness and being open to a different direction than you originally envisioned for your love life, that is the best thing that could ever happen for your love story. And I want you to know here that your love story is going to be one that is positive and supportive of any direction that you choose to take your life into. So let's see. Okay, another yes. My gorgeous Scorpios, your love story is just a big yes. It is a big green flag. That's what the universe wants to say. So if you needed confirmation, if you came here because you wanted clarity about what your love life is going to look like, whether it's going to be healthy, whether it's going to be any good, whether it's something to be excited about, we just have a big yes for you. And I want you to know that even if you end up being such a boss, such a kind of main character, your love story is meant to accommodate that and embrace that, okay? And choosing the new direction, you may have never thought that you would become so important and so successful, but you will, and your love story will further support that. And overall, your love story, if you ever thought to yourself, will I be loved? Will my love story be epic and amazing? This is an undeniably big green flag, a huge yes, a huge move forward the way you have been, my gorgeous Scorpios. And don't be afraid of anything. I also want to see what kind of zodiac indication we'll get from Spirit. So Spirit, let us know what Scorpio needs to know about their love story, their person, and their zodiac sign. Okay, so one thing that we've got here, let me just zoom in for you, right there. Okay, so we have got Leo energy, and Leo energy is very headstrong. This is someone who will do whatever it takes, okay? They don't mind being the center of attention, but they also don't mind being the one pushing you from the back end. Okay, so because you've got this strong Leo energy by your side, it makes a lot of sense as to why your self-confidence is through the roof with your love story, because this person gives you confidence. They themselves are very confident, and Leos are known to also hype other people up. They are not just self-centered signs like some people try to make them out to be. They really want to support you. They really want to say to you, you know what, you've got this, you can do this. And that is the type of love story vibe that I'm getting for you. Next up, we've got updates to your system. Whew, you're not going to recognize yourself a couple months down the line from this prediction, my gorgeous Scorpio baby. There will be huge updates to your system. You're one of a kind, and you're meant to express that more. You are not meant to be in a situation where you've got to dim your light. No, you are meant to shine. You are meant to shine, my gorgeous Scorpio baby. There is no person in this world that is not capable of seeing that. But the thing is, you need to see that. You need to believe that. And you need to live that by choosing a partner who also encourages your shine, who isn't threatened by it. And that's precisely why we've got Leo, because Leos, they can be over the top. They can be, as some people say, self-centered. They're generous. They're warm-hearted. They are bigger than life kind of people. And in order to not feel small beside you, you need that type of self-confident, self-secure individual right next to you, because indeed you are the queen of everything. The Wild Muse Oracle is definitely giving us all of the vibes, all of the messages that we need. Leave a crown emoji below to let me and others know that you received this reading and that you claim your crown, my gorgeous Scorpio baby, okay? Because there's no shame in that. The world is in your hands. You've got all of the options that you've ever dreamt of. You are sitting down in a confident, calm, self-respectful, and poised manner, and you know that you're the queen of everything. You know that anything that you desire, at the end of the day, if you just want it enough, you will make it happen. If you just want that badly enough, it will be yours. And that's what I can see here when it comes to vibes, energy, and your love story. It is a very you-centric love story where you need someone who is also focused on winning. You need someone who is self-secure, who is confident and self-sufficient, so that you don't get too caught up in taking care of them. You're nobody's mother, you're nobody's parent. You need to be able to focus on your drive and your dreams, because things are getting very interesting for you professionally too. In the best case scenario, I would like you to know here that your love story will turn out better than you even expected. You had a vision, a dream of a love story, but that was dreaming too small. That was being too conservative. We also have master number 33 here in your best case scenario, which is the master number of collaborating, of building large scale businesses, of being the head of a big corporation. And I just want you to know here that whatever you thought your love story may be, and you would be happy with that, you would be satisfied, it's going to be a million times better, my gorgeous Scorpio baby. It is the best case scenario. It is a scenario in which you become the highest version of yourself. You're not stifled, you're actually growing. You're actually better when you're around this person. So what I feel intuitively is right from spirit, from your guides, is to clear the space now, to cleanse it, to give you more info and insight on your love story, because right now we just need a little bit more information so you get a full action plan and idea of what to do. So in order for us to cleanse the space, we're just going to use a little bit of smoky quartz crystal to even out the energy, okay, to take any unwanted energies from the prior reading off of the table from the one we just had. You guys know I always cleanse the space before I move into your predictions, so they're all accurate and really just based on you and your needs. So now let's get more deeply into your reading. And by the way, you guys, I didn't say this in any of the other readings, but I do have a patron in case you are interested in readings that are more specific for a smaller group where you can ask questions, interact more with me. Patron would be the place to do that. So let's get into a spell that you are meant to receive that will make your love story very successful. So we've got the housewarming spell. Okay, homeowner, come on. When you or a friend move into a new home, place a wreath on the front and back doors. Gather 2 bundles of dried hops or eucalyptus, tie them with green and brown ribbons, and hang them high on the doors. Walk through each door with a brown candle in a glass votive jar and aromatic cinnamon incense. Intone. Home of my body, I accept your shelter. Home of my heart, I receive your blessings. Home of my heart, I am open to joy, and so it is, and so it shall be, my beautiful Scorpio baby. Feel free to take a screenshot here if you just like to save this, if you'd like to be able to refer back to your housewarming spell. This is what you're meant to do when you move in with your lover, okay? This is for your love story, and this is a little ritual that you will do anytime you move into a new home with a romantic partner. And also anytime you guys are invited to a housewarming party, because you will be those friends, those guests that bring the best energy and a little positivity housewarming spell into the mix. And really, people will remember you a lot more for how you made them feel by just doing something that is so thoughtful, and it seems simple, but it's very meaningful. Now, the Queen of Pentacles shows me here that you have some great financial gains ahead of you. You are meant to be in a situation where you're managing funds. So you are like the head of the family, you're managing the assets, the funds, you know precisely what to do because you have educated yourself, okay? Reading books, practicing different ways in which people before you have created stability, wealth, and just financial abundance. That is what I see here in the Queen of Pentacles, and you will be a huge part of the breadwinning in your love story. Maybe you won't just be the only, the main, the biggest breadwinner. It could be that you are making exceptional amounts of bread, but your partner is still doing even more than that, because successful people attract one another, but by no means do you need them. That's very clear here from your reading. And it's like you're doing it all. It's like you're superwoman. You're like super person, whoever you identify as. The Empress shows us here that you will remain cute, attractive. You will have a baby face for a long time, and this is because you know how to care for yourself, and also because probably you're wearing SPF, you're taking care of your skin, you're drinking lots of water, things like that. Okay, the Empress shows that you're not joking around when it comes to your health, your well-being, and it just shows because you are the type of person who can be very intense. And from one day to the next, for example, you can decide that you want to be a vegetarian and you'll cut out meat cold turkey and never look back. Or from one day to the next, you will decide that You'll meditate, you'll take your skincare seriously, and all of a sudden you're doing it every day, and you'll never look back at the times where you didn't do it, because discipline is something that you can do like that, okay? And this is something that is super attractive, that in your love story, it makes the person you're with just feel like they're with an incredible individual for whom sky is the limit. And the Empress also brings the number 3. We spoke about Master number 33 at an earlier point in your reading. You remember when we received the best case scenario card? Where was it? Let me just pull it out for you again. Here we go, from the Wild Muse Oracle. Here in the best case scenario, we had Master number 33. Now we've got the number 3 again. So you being attractive inside and out, jackpot. You're a 12 out of 10. The Empress shows us here that also fertility is something you will not have to wrestle with for too long in your love story, okay? If you decide to have kids, I want you to know here within the Empress that you are the type of mom that will teach them to be beautiful inside and out. You are the type of parent who will show the importance of inner beauty and still show it's important to take care of yourself. It's important to be clean, to be put together, and you will not deny the fact that yes, external beauty, it is a currency, it's a powerful one. But I see here in the star that the fact that you've got the combination going of external beauty, internal care and beauty, that just makes you someone for whom sky is undoubtedly the limit and who always has hope on the horizon, because there will always be opportunities for you, because you don't just rest on your laurels. You don't just rest assured that, oh, well, I'm cute, well, I'm this, so I don't need to worry. You are not afraid to back up everything that you say you can do with hard work, dedication, and also credentials, okay? You are the type of person who does not take educating themselves lightly. It could be, of course, on a very kind of traditional route. It could be that you did your university, your college, but maybe self-education is a huge thing that you value more than most people, because to you, reading, learning, improving, constantly educating yourself, it is not so much about what you're learning, the validity of it, all of that. It's about the fact that you have the discipline to continue to learn, whereas a lot of people stop learning once they're done with school. Next up, we've got opportunity knocks. Okay, your love story will bring opportunities to live in different places. You will be able to travel to different countries. I already got this message at the start of your reading, remember? So in opportunity knocks, go for it. If you were wondering whether you should try it, whether your relationship will be able to withstand this, it will just bring you closer, okay? Your relationship is just going to blossom. Your love story is just going to get better through traveling, through relocating, through going for opportunities, because again, it just brings fresh air, a fresh dynamic, and a challenge that once you've kind of overcome it, dealt with it, figured out how to deal with each other in new situations, you will just find that it makes you a better leader, okay? You set the goals, you achieve them, and a relationship that witnesses this is one that's not going to break, okay? Because who doesn't want a partner by their side who is a leader that they can rely on, who they can trust, who is somebody that says that they'll do something and they actually do it, you know? There are so many people who lack the integrity to follow through on what they've set their mind out to do. And it doesn't make you a bad person if that happens. I would say that happens to all of us at times. But the thing is just like this leadership energy that you've got going here is something that is infectious. And we also have a symbol of Leo here and a lion, okay? And we spoke about this Leo energy. We spoke about the importance of this kind of yoking, of this merging of these two energies, of yours and Leo energy. And once again, we have it represented by spirit in your reading for you. The Ten of Cups is actually one of the most favorable cards when it comes to romantic connections and love stories. As you can see, this is a card of fulfillment. This shows love, respect, looking at each other, caring for one another, in a way being one, but also having two separate minds, two separate mindsets, ideas of life, and capitalizing on that. You are a team in sickness. You are a team in health. You are a team during tough times economically. You are a team when there is a lot of abundance available. But you also respect and want each other to have your own opinions, to have your own mindset, your views on life, because that makes a relationship colorful. That is not a threat. That just shows that two people who have different strengths together, they're stronger when they put those strengths into one, when they capitalize off of what each individual has to offer and they make the most of it. That's when you really become an unstoppable, super strong force and team with one another, and seeing eye to eye, not feeling as though one person is more valuable or more valid than the other. That makes for a great love story and for an amazing partnership. So my beautiful Scorpio babies, I want you to know that if you've wondered about your love life, if you were worried about it, don't. You need somebody who is going to allow you to choose this new direction, to travel, to see through your highest potential. And that kind of person has to be a strong person. They cannot be a pushover. They need to know who they are, what they want, and that filling up your cup or you receiving a lot of attention doesn't take away from them. So this is someone that is mature. This is somebody who has true divine masculinity within them, not fragile masculinity, no fragility, someone who really knows who they are, who has done the inner work. So my gorgeous Scorpio babies, this is the reading that I've received for you, and I hope that you've enjoyed this second, even more detailed part, and that you found it insightful. If you feel like you want to add on to your reading and you know your moon sign placement or your rising sign placement, you can also check out those signs. After all, I create these videos and go through all 12 signs of the zodiac, so you can either check out your entire birth chart, or you can even share this video with a friend and say to them, hey, I really loved my Scorpio reading. Check out your reading. The timestamps are there, and let me know what you received in your reading, what your love story is going to be all about, because the thing about my channel is it's here to support and uplift as many people as possible. So once again, my beautiful Scorpio babies, thank you for spending this divine time and space with me. I'm sending you unlimited hugs and love, and I can't wait to connect with you during one of my upcoming readings. Hello, my beautiful Sagittarius babies, and welcome to the second part of your love story reading, where we talk all things Sagittarius. I hope that you enjoyed the first part of your prediction that I got into at the start of this video, where you got to pick from 4 different individuals, is what I meant to say, and groups, but now we'll talk all things horoscope and zodiac sign based. So first up, we've got abundance, and looky here, we've got some financial abundance, okay? We've got coins. Know that your love story is not one of poverty. It's not one of being in a struggle love relationship where you're with someone through the tough times and it seems like all there is tough times, like there's always just one thing after another. There are literally people like that, okay, where you will never have peace in the relationship, but that is not your story, my beautiful Sagittarius baby. I want you to know here with an abundance that you are truly meant to be in a relationship that is abundant, not just financially, but also emotionally and spiritually, because there are different forms of abundance. You can have an abundance of time where you have the time to do all of the things that you always wanted to do. You can have abundance financially, of course, so you're not worried about paying a mortgage, your bills, paying for a vehicle. You may have abundance spiritually, where you understand one another infinitesimally and you don't even need to speak. When you're just chilling in a room with one another, you get each other without even saying a word. Within helpful people, know here that their family is going to be of great help. Yes, your love story will include a great set of in-laws, and you are one of the few lucky ones who has that, because a lot of people have in-laws that they cannot stand, or that can be a little mean, okay, that can butt into the relationship unnecessarily and cause issues in relationships. I mean, it starts small, but I think a lot of marriages and relationships and love stories have ended because of nosy in-laws that weren't given any boundaries from either the person whose family that actually is or the other person in the relationship to whom they are just in-laws, okay, I'm saying that in air quotes. But do know here that having helpful people around you, helpful in-laws, helpful family will also help to, for example, raise children if that's what you desire. It will help in business. This is what leads to the abundance, because also when you've got, for example, a business that you're building with your partner, you're keeping the money in the family. You're circulating the money around your chosen and also biological family that is actually helpful and there for you, because you're giving them jobs, you're giving them tasks to do that you could give other people, of course, but why not give your closest family the opportunity? Also, chosen family doesn't have to be blood related and can be just as important, if not even more important than your bloodline, right? Because you don't get to choose your bloodline. So people let a lot of things slide with family, but I see here that you are lucky in your love story to have families that are good to cope with. Next up, we've got improving health. And this really does improve your health because you're not constantly in fight or flight mode. You're not stressed. You're not overthinking the in-law situation. You have less fights, less arguments in your love story. This is good for your health. I mean, if you're constantly fighting, if you're constantly in a relationship that makes you feel down and out, that makes you feel like there is just too much discussing stuff over and over again, arguing, screaming, worrying, fast heart pace, okay, and just not being in your center, that is not going to serve you, of course. But I want you to know here that through helpful people, through having support, help, family that is there, your health can improve, especially if you're already dealing with some conditions or you even suspect that you have a health condition, a mental one where you feel fatigue, exhaustion, depressed. These are all things that helpful people will help you to alleviate, and they will give you the space so you can deal with your things, so you can improve your health, so you can take care of you. So my gorgeous Sagittarians, this is just an awesome message to start your love story reading with, because I'm excited that you're going to be in such a healthy situation that a lot of us can only dream of. Next up, we've got confessions. Okay, so of course, there is no sunshine without rain. I want you to know here in confessions that the person that your love story will play out with, they do have a little bit of a rambunctious past. So either as a teen or as a young adult, they were a little crazy. They maybe did some things that they're not proud of. But the thing about them is that they learned from it and they're actually walking their talk. They don't just say that, you know, they've improved, but they actually did. They actually did change their priorities and their mindset. And those are always the greatest people to be with. The ones who have maybe effed up, who maybe had a challenging time figuring out who they are, but then when they find out what their priorities are, what's important to them in life, and they actually adjust to that, they make the necessary changes to reflect that in their behavior and in what they're doing. That is a very powerful individual that you can be in a relationship with for a long time, because you can tell they have the strength and the willpower to change, to self-regulate, to do what needs to be done in order to make a situation right. So next up, we've got upside down. They will completely change your worldview about something in particular. And one thing that I keep getting here is that, you know, they were a little shady when it comes to business practices, maybe a little of a shady friend as well. When it comes to relationships, they were not always great. That's what they're going to confess to you. These are their deep, dark secrets. It's not like they hurt anyone physically, but they definitely did some things that are not great, that are a little bit just selfish, to be blunt with you. And the thing is that when they tell you this, it kind of puts your worldview upside down, because you think, how is this person ever like this? But it's also good because you know what they're capable of. And knowing what someone is capable of, whether you trust them with your life or you are in a situation where you think that you know them, it's always good to also know people's dark history, people's more challenging aspects of their past, because that allows you to expect certain action from them. So if you know, for example, that they would do anything in order to help a person in need out, even if that means a shady business practice, okay? Because the thing with your person is that they will make you see what they did from a different viewpoint. It's not that it makes it okay, but you understand. So they had a friend or a family member that was in trouble, and they did something that was unlawful in order to get the funds or the help that they needed to help that person out. It was not right. It was not something that they're proud of, but they still did it. And in a way, it is like a minor turn on, because it makes you feel like, okay, if I were in a really crappy situation, like they would do anything in order to help me out. And shady practices that they've done in past relationships was kind of based on the fact that when they gave all of themselves and then were still cheated on and still treated poorly, that's when they're not nice anymore. So your love story plays out with somebody that is nice until they're betrayed, of course, and then they're a different person. But this is something you won't experience. We've got gentleness within your reading. The thing is that they've been waiting for somebody who is as gentle as you. Externally, as a Sagittarius, or on the outside, you may have a tough exterior. You may seem adventurous, outgoing, like you're someone who gets things done, who sees the future, who approaches new opportunities. But on the inside, you are kind of soft, okay? You are kind of someone that needs a gentle touch and a gentle approach. That's what I can see here for you. And an important aspect of your love life is that you have someone who honors that. So I do want to add a spell into your reading for you, so you have something that you can practice. This is a love spell, so this is going to help you with your love story. So here we go. Also, feel free to pause the video here, take a screenshot of this. Friday Rite of Venus, that's your spell. Venus rules this most popular day of the week. To prepare yourself for a night of lovemaking, take a goddess bath with the following potion. Combine 6 drops orange blossom oil, 4 drops jasmine oil, 1 cup sesame oil. Stir with your fingers 6 times silently, repeating 3 times. I am daughter of Venus. I embody love. My body is a temple of pleasure, and I am all that is beautiful. Tonight I will drink fully from the cup of love. Pour the mixture into a steaming bath. Don't use a towel, but allow yourself to dry naturally. Your lover will compliment the softness of your skin, and the rest is up to you. So this is your love potion, okay, to use at your discretion during your love story. And this is what's going to help also keep the romance a little bit more alive than if you didn't have this love spell, okay? These spells may seem simple, but the effect over time, if you continuously practice them, can be immensely powerful. Let's move a little deeper into your reading, shall we? I'm really enjoying our time here, my beautiful Sagittarians. So let's see what else Spirit has to say. The Page of Crystals. Now, in the Page of Crystals, know that your love story is meant to be one where there are things that you desire, that you want, and your partner finds a way for you to get them. There are things that seem like, ooh, they're just out of reach, but your love story allows you to actually get to that point where you have everything that you desire and you're not afraid of the future, okay? Because for one, we have abundance, and for two, your partner is a team player that you know will go to the ends of the earth in order to satisfy you. Now, the King of Swords gives us a better idea of who this may be. The King of Swords is a leader, and why I know that it's the King of Swords and not the Page of Crystals that you're meant to be with is because only someone who has had some life experience, who is of a certain age, would have this leadership quality and energy to them that I can sense here within your prediction. This is someone who is mature, who is intelligent. They are very book smart, okay? They're highly educated. On an academic level, they have gone to an amazing university or college, and they maybe even have a master's or a PhD, okay? The King of Swords is someone who is logical and someone who never quits learning. Sometimes they can seem like they're a little bit of like a hard person, but once you get to know them and you realize that actually they just want the best for their family and everyone involved, you start to truly understand where they're coming from. So I'm getting this inclination from Spirit to clear the space for you, to cleanse the space, so we can add a few more details into your reading, because Spirit just wants you to be able to receive the full prediction, the full reading when it comes to your love story. So allow me to do so. I'm just clearing away all of the cards. I will leave your abundance card, which was the first card that we received. And the first card in a tarot reading is always the most powerful, the most meaningful. That is what you're reading and the meaning of your question is based on. So our question was about your love story, and your love story will be based on abundance. It will be based on having more than enough. So let's see what else we've got here, shall we? Oh, Spirit, let's just do a little bit of cleansing so we don't mix up prior messages. I will use this smoky quartz point to clear the energy and just overall energetically like push anything out so everything is cleansed, and we're good to go here with the next deck of cards. All right, so let's just shuffle one more time with some clear cleanse energy and see what Spirit has to say. So we've got Judgment. Who? Your person is potentially a lawyer, works in the law department. They are very like grown up, if you will, very mature. They do not like injustice, okay? And they're the type of person who will do anything in order to have the right things, like justice prevail, if you know what I mean, okay? So here within the Judgment card, we have also this rebirth, okay? Your person does things in a way now that is lawful. They know that even if you want justice to be served, you can't do shady things. They know the right way to do it, and their inner calling has always been to protect those who can't protect themselves. So being with a lawyer, also for example, a cop, someone who works in administrative tasks when it comes to law and areas that protect humanity, that is where I see that they really blossom and bloom. And of course, you have to be very educated for that. I can see here within the Wheel of Fortune, which is called Rad des Schicksals, that they're the type of person who loves all seasons of the year. And it's like they get reborn constantly, okay? They're always changing and growing. How I see that is that here we have 4 elements, which can also represent 4 seasons, and the snake is representative of rebirth, but also karma, okay? So your person truly feels as though karma will be served, and they believe in that. They're not super religious or anything, but karma is something that the person with whom your love story will play out with, that they believe in, that they truly think is something that comes towards you. Like if you're a good person, good things will happen to you. If you are a person with ill intention or ill will, then challenging things will come towards you. I see here within the King of Cups that you are both learning from someone who has water sign energy, who is like a master of emotions. And this could be, for example, a father figure or even a therapist, for example, and that brings you closer together. Your love story is one that is very forward thinking, okay? It is very progressive. You don't believe in going to therapy once things are really bad. You think it can already be helpful to do so earlier on, you know, when you start realizing, okay, our fighting style could be improved, our style style of communication could maybe just use like another outlook. And you're using all of these modern practices to strengthen your relationship, not to make it seem like there's anything wrong with your connection, okay? So rather than crucifying yourselves, you are bringing each other closer together using all of the tools that are available to you. Next up, we have an affirmation card for you. Our bodies are our gardens, to which our wills are gardeners. Do something to thank your body for its hard work and its miraculous ability to move, feel, and communicate. So you are definitely being called to take excellent care of your body, especially knowing that society has conditioned us to feel insecure about our bodies, to not like them just as they are, to constantly feel like there's something to work on or to work towards. So we're always trying to like drink green things, to go on walks, to work out, to take supplements, to take vitamins, to do skincare, to use this, that, and the third, to do plastic surgery, to do interventions that are cosmetic but just topical, that are, you know, all of these things. And we just have to remember the fact that we are breathing, the fact that we are able-bodied, a lot of us, or even if you're not able-bodied but you're breathing, you can be autonomous, make decisions, and so on. That is a gift in itself, and we need to thank our bodies for this gift, because the fact that you are alive means that your body is working so hard for every single cell to do its job in order for you to even experience this wild ride called life. If not, you couldn't. And the fact that society, I don't know why, who came up with this construct, who came up with this idea, let's make people hate themselves and their bodies. Let's make people feel ashamed in, you know, sensual intercourse, okay, to be with another person, to open up, to be nude in front of another person, to have a romantic partner, to age with that partner. Why did we do that? Like, who came up with that? That is the most backwards thing that I think humanity has ever constructed, especially in the Western world. And I just want you to know here that your love story, you're with somebody who knows that, who sees through these facades, with whom you're just enjoying in infinite serendipity, okay? Not just inviting serendipity, but infinite serendipity, because you two have figured that out, and you already know that even when you're old and there's nothing left but you two just being like bags of bones, basically, and having a lot of wrinkles, everything like that, you never loved each other for what was there externally. Your love story is one of internal love, of loving a soul, and whoever they are on the outside, you are accepting of, no matter what stage of life that they're going through, no matter what stage they're going through of physical appearance. And the thing is that when you know that, when you have that kind of connection, you don't feel insecure. You don't have intrusive thoughts about your body not being perfect. But right now, if you're single, or if you're not yet in midst of your love story, a great way for you to strengthen your confidence and your gratitude for your body is to thank it for its hard work and its miraculous ability to move, to feel, and to communicate, and all of the doors that it's opened for you to have this human experience. Next up, we've got moving forward. I want you to know here that the thing about your love story, and I think what a lot of people who have been married for a long time or even a lifetime would say is the secret sauce, is to laugh a lot and to have a short memory, to always be down for positive change, to always be down for somebody saying, hey, you know, I don't agree with what you said, or we just argued, or I'm really pissed off at you, but let's just have a piece of cake. Let's just enjoy the evening together. Let's just watch a movie with each other. Let's just hold hands. Let's kiss. Let's relax. Let's go on a walk. You know what I mean? That's the kind of vibe that we've got here. You know that at the end of the day, you are team. Like, there is no point in even wasting any of your time together being mad, because you also know that there will come the time in the day where inevitably, you know, you've lived a large portion of your life, and you may wish that you had more time, and you may regret that you spent any of your time arguing or in a state of resentment or anger. So the thing with you and your love story is that you have this almost like rule book with your person that you've agreed on, that you've made together, and that you know you want to live by, because in the long term, it is just the healthiest way to live, to enjoy life, and to enjoy a committed partnership. So, my gorgeous Sagittarians, this is the reading that I received for you, and I hope that you've enjoyed it and that you found it insightful. Feel free to let me know below in the comment section. Leave a little snowflake emoji below, as we had this beautiful polar bear right here, to let me and others know that you're a Sagittarius and you made it to the end of the second part of your prediction. All other links to my decks, my Patreon, all of that is also below in the description box. Feel free to check it out. And I can't wait to connect with you during one of my upcoming readings. Hello, all my beautiful Capricorn babies, and welcome to the second, even more intricate part of your love story reading, which I can't wait to get into. I hope that you enjoyed the first part of your prediction, which was based on the group that you chose during the intro of this video. But now we will talk all things Capricorn when it comes to your love story. So first up, we've got big, happy changes. This is what your love story will bring to your life, which I'm so excited for us to have received right off the get-go, because the first card that you receive in your tarot reading is often seen as the most meaningful one as well. So I definitely want you to know here that these big, happy changes for your love story are at the forefront, okay? That is like the main vibe of your love story, that it's going to be an improvement, it's going to be a happy change, it's going to be a change that makes you feel fulfilled. And we've got a strong yes here. So if you ever wondered, my beautiful Capricorn baby, if you will end up alone or become a crazy cat or dog lady, if you will ever find someone who gets you, who respects you, who values you, who worships the ground that you walk on, the simple, clear answer from your guides is yes, okay? Quit overthinking it. Quit living in fear or insecurity as to whether that will be your love story. It inevitably is coming towards you, but we will figure out the ins and outs, the details with whom, when, how, where, as we get further into your reading. And we already have our next answer. If you were wondering when your love story was going to commence and just really start to get juicy and good, a year from now, my beautiful Capricorn babies. So it may seem like a long time, but actually it's really not, especially if in between you've got some moving, some job changes, just overall big changes in your life that are coming towards you. And you need to meet and get to know the person first and date them before you know, okay, this is my love story, this is my person. So do know that while a year from now, from receiving your love story prediction may seem like a long time, it is not to find the right person. It is really actually a pretty quick amount of time for you to settle with the perfect suitor, with the perfect person that values you and with whom you can be with for a lifetime. Next up, we've got self-reliance. In the meantime, never be afraid to fly solo, even in a relationship. Never give up doing your own things. Like, for example, I love going to my vocal lessons. I find them so healing, soothing, and fun. It's also really important for me as I speak all the time. You guys see my videos are hours and hours long. I'm constantly talking. So I have to be able to live out my own wants, needs, hobbies, to pursue my own interests. And especially because you will have your own career and job and your own needs that have to be met. Like, for example, you may be able to go out for walks and run and sprint. Maybe your partner will have a bad knee, but that shouldn't prevent you from going out and running and them supporting that, and even kind of like supporting you doing more, testing your limits and seeing just how far you can go. Ooh, we've also have good fortune for your love story. So all my Cappies, overall we've had a very positive reading already. Your love story is meant to bring positivity to you, not stress, not anxiety, no depressive feelings whatsoever, just good fortune. It is important that you invite the magic in though. So as mentioned to you, it is okay if for the time being you're focused on some things in your life that you first want to get in order, or you're just kind of focused on yourself, because your future lover meeting you in a state of you creating the life that you desire, seeing how ambitious you are, how driven you can be, it's definitely something that will show them your character from a side and a light that will always have them just respect you differently than if they met you without seeing just how strong you can be and how ambitious. Next up, we have the Two of Cups, which is honestly one of the most positive cards when it comes to love in the tarot. So the Two of Cups shows two cups that are pouring into each other, right? So this shows mutual love, respect, adoration, also putting in mutual amounts of work, of effort into the relationship. The Two of Cups shows here that you are meant to be with someone who pours into you just as much as you pour into them, who doesn't neglect your emotional needs, as the Suit of Cups represents the part of you that is emotional, that just overall desires to be understood on a deeper level than just saying, for example, that you're hungry or you're thirsty and then solving that. No, you may have more emotions swirling in your head, like the fact that maybe you're unsure about what comes next in the relationship. Maybe someone said something to you and now you're overthinking it, and you just want to be able to talk to someone about it. You just want to be able to get it off your chest and to say how you feel about it and to have a little back and forth. I see here within the Three of Cups, which is also a really positive card when it comes to anything that has to do with emotions and love, that you will go to a lot of celebrations during your love story. So birthday parties, weddings, engagement parties, overall concerts and parties in general, you'll enjoy together with your person, because there's no insecurity there, even if you're around other people and they're attractive, or there's, for example, drinking involved or other types of things. I just want you to understand that your love story is about fun and you just having the soulmate that gets you but still doesn't expect you to be the exact same as them. Hence why you will never be made to feel like you doing your own thing is wrong, or like you have to spend every single moment with them. They're the type of person who likes to see you also pursue your own interests, because they know that that keeps a relationship interesting. That keeps you attractive to them as well. Next up, we've got a little inspiration card for you. Let's see what message lays behind it. Some of us ran so far away during a period of survival that we forgot to come back home to ourselves. Return home to yourself. You are safe now. Take a breath and smile. You are enough. My beautiful Cappies, if you've ever wondered whether you're enough, just take a deep breath right now. Smile. Say to yourself that I am enough, because you truly are. And your love story shows us here that this is not something that you will ever feel like questioning yourself about in your love story. You may have your own personal ups and downs, but your ideal lover will never make you feel like you're not enough. Next up, we've got another inspiration card for you. Low self-esteem is like driving through life with your handbrake on. Compose a letter to your future self. Who do you think you'll be 10 years from now? Oh, I love this exercise. I'm going to do this as soon as I'm done reading, my gorgeous Cappies. Definitely take a little screenshot if you can't write this down right now and do it later. Even a voice note, okay? But writing it down is the most powerful way to also manifest that version of yourself into existence, the 10 years from now version of yourself. Definitely ask yourself who you think you'll be 10 years from now. Write down the dream version of who you think you'll be, and know here that that is a powerful, not only journaling prompt, but a powerful manifestation technique too. I want to use some of my dice in order to figure out precisely who your love story will play out with. Okay, we have big Aries energy. Okay, here we've got our ram head. Let me just zoom in for you. There we go. So this is the symbol of Aries, which is a fire sign that is very passionate, very decisive, they can be extremely romantic. That's one thing that I feel like people so underestimate when it comes to Aries, just how romantic they can be and how involved in a marriage or even in parenting. So let's also see what placement is important. Okay, so let me zoom in for you. Here we go. Are we zoomed in? So here we've got Pluto, or Plutoid, however you would like to say. And I wouldn't say it's officially a planet, but you get the idea. So this placement is all about like unconventionality. Pluto brings forth a very kind of shared resources mindset. So you are constantly looking at ways how you can pull things together in order to create even more wealth, even more abundance within this connection, relationship, and love story. So you may have an unconventional way of, for example, dividing up finances, okay? So how you contribute to the family accounts, what you invest in. Other couples may not go down to such detail as you do, or may not have the same investment plan, but the thing is just like, if it were so easy, then everyone would be doing it. But I definitely see that your love story entails action when it comes to building financial security and wealth, generational wealth. And some people around you won't get it. They won't really understand why your love story is like that, why you do certain things with your partner and remove yourself from other situations, why you're also giving up like drinking. I see fun going out partying, but you don't need alcoholic beverages. You don't need any of these things that are accepted by society standards, but not actually good for us, right? And that have also ended a lot of relationships and marriages. I would say it's probably the number one reason why a lot of family relationships and romantic relationships end up in crises or go through a lot of fights and emotional ups and downs. And the thing is, like, you are also in your love story, you're asking yourself what your priorities are with your person. And if your priorities are to have stability financially rather than to flex, then you both will live in that way, because you know that the most important thing is that you have each other and that you uplift each other and you pour into each other. Everything else doesn't matter. You can have fun even if you're somewhere in the middle of nowhere. All you have is water to drink and literally nothing else, like maybe a little snack. You can have the best time and you feel the most peaceful in those situations too. So I also want to figure out what number is important for your relationship. So we've got the number 4 for your love story, which is the number of solid foundations. It is the number of completion. We've got 4 seasons, 4 elements, 4 suits in the tarot. So it is a number of stability, of building something that is meant to last and that is fulfilled and complete in itself. You can also see this as the amount of family members that you will have, 4 meaning you, a partner, and 2 children. And I want you to know here that your love story is one that brings stability, that brings a solid base, and that you can rely on. So my beautiful Capricorn babies, this is the reading that I've received for you, and I truly hope that you've enjoyed this, that you found it insightful. Feel free to let me know below in the comment section by leaving a little tree emoji below. That way me and others will know that you're here, that you received this reading, and that you're a Capricorn baby and you can represent your sign. I would like to thank you for spending this beautiful time and space with me. I'm sending you hugs and abundance, and I can't wait to connect with you during one of my upcoming readings. Hello, all of my beautiful Aquarius babies, and welcome to the second, even more intricate part of your love story reading that we're about to get into, that is based on your astrological sign. Allow me to just get my cards so we can move straight into it. I hope that you enjoyed the first part of this reading, where you could pick from the 4 groups during the intro of this video. But now the Unicorn Mom is going to get into all things Aquarius with you. So you are an air sign that is very knowledgeable, very communicative. You often have a sense of like dark humor, and you are very unique. Your uniqueness is what makes people just think of you as a very special friend or partner to have. I can see here that when it comes to your love story, you've got more power than you expected. It's up to you, meaning your love story is completely in your hands. This can be the best news ever, but it also means that you have to take accountability, because regardless of what is out there, what kind of options that you have, at the end of the day, you choose your love story. You choose your partner because you've got options. You choose whether it will be a good relationship or a challenging love story. You choose whether you continue to grow or whether you kind of stay a little bit stubborn and the same. It is up to you, but know that all the options are here. So literally the only person whose responsibility it is to create an awesome love story with everything that you've been given, all of the different possibilities, it's your responsibility. And again, it can be scary because that means there's no one else to blame if it goes wrong, but it can also be the most amazing thing to know if you're intending on building, if you're intending on taking full responsibility and accountability. Know here within if you believe that you may have this vision or this thought that the type of love story you desire is maybe unrealistic, like it doesn't exist anymore in this day and age, like it's something that our parents or grandparents experienced, but for example, being married or together for a lifetime seems more and more like just wishful thinking. Divorce rates are going up, couples are struggling to understand one another. And with social media being how it is, it feels like there's just an endless supply of ways to disrespect your partner, cheat on them, an endless supply of just feeling like, well, if this doesn't work out, if there's one little argument or fight, I've got other options. So the thing here is that it's about mindset. You need to find somebody like-minded. That's the thing with Aquarius. When it comes to building a romantic relationship and entering any kind of love story with another individual, you need someone who gets you, who gets what you want, so that you don't feel as though there's any doubt or insecurity there. Next up, we've got take action. So don't just sit in the sidelines, okay? Use that divine masculine energy that was given to you. You are an air sign, which is a masculine sign of the zodiac. Don't be afraid to text, to call, to reach out. You are a very unique and sometimes even intimidating person. And I, of course, would never recommend, especially if you are a straight woman, to chase a man. That is a no. Then you will be chasing him for the rest of the relationship. And that's just my honest piece of advice, aside from messages that we're receiving from the divine. But there's nothing wrong with expressing a little bit of interest. There's nothing wrong with kind of giving the green light to pursue you. That's what Spirit means when Spirit says take action here within your prediction. Let's see what else we've got, my gorgeous Aquarius. So we've got friendship. All great love stories with Aquarius, they start off in friendship. I want you to know here that your friendships are the base. So you are the type of person that finds or builds friendships more easily than other zodiac signs, and you are more outgoing. Not that you don't like your own space and your peace. You have a lot of acquaintances, but not many friends. However, you just mingle well, okay? You're just good at talking to literally anybody. And here within friendship, I just want you to know that your love story will begin with someone that you build a strong friendship with. They start off feeling almost like a best friend, or at least that is a huge factor of your romance. To you, they are not just a romantic partner. They're not just a boyfriend or a girlfriend. They're more than that. They're a best friend with whom you want to have an awesome connection with in the long haul. You want to have them in your life forever. Here within the dove, it is a big leap of faith because your love story entails a type of relationship and love and an experience that you've never had before. And it's a big leap of faith for you to take with your heart. And I would like for you to understand that a big message being given to you by your guides is that you have got to believe that it will work out for it to even stand a chance. If you already feel like love is kind of sus, like you're not sure, then know that you're already setting yourself up for failure, because you will see every little bit of uncertainty or every fight as like doomsday, as, oh my God, this is the end. So definitely know here in the Dove, you are required to take a big leap of faith by giving someone the benefit of the doubt, trusting, and letting things just play out without already putting a label on different actions and interactions and saying, okay, this isn't going to work, or this is maybe going to go this way or that way, okay? I want you to understand here within Memories that your love story is going to be one where you share a lot of stories from childhood, from even being a teenager, challenging stories, stories that warm your heart, and also stories where you're sharing with each other different little tales of loved ones that you have grown estranged from, or loved ones that have even passed away, okay? So your love story is a very intimate one on the level of sharing memories and your deepest thoughts, worries, and feelings about occasions in your life where maybe you were going through a tough time, or you kind of like struggled. Ooh, okay, we have a love spell that popped right out of the pile of cards. Let me just pick this up for you, my beautiful Aquarius. All right, so this is the love spell that you were meant to receive. Let's see what it's all about. Oops, I almost dropped that again. Gee, this love spell really has some spice to it. So feel free to pause the video here and take a screenshot if you would like to save this for later. Mermaids and sirens are extremely erotic symbols, and each one of us can conjure their power. Buy a pound of sea salt at a grocery store and place it in a bowl with 10 drops each of jasmine and neroli or yang yang essential oil. Mix them together. Instead of a shower in the morning, take a bath with your siren salts. While submerged, visualize that you are turning heads with your mesmerizing mermaid beauty and silence. When ready, rise up and do not comb or towel dry yourself or your hair. Drip dry naturally. As you go through the day, do more listening than talking. The compliments and attention will amaze you. This is the song of the siren spell that you were meant to receive, my gorgeous Aquarians. And I'll put that right here. Just know here that these spells can be extremely powerful, especially when used intentionally and repeated over multiple weeks and months. I want you to understand here that this can also turn into you receiving more attention than you desire, but it is a good way to attract a romantic partner, to attract the person with whom your love story is meant to play out with. So there is emotional baggage here that will be part of your love story, and fear not, emotional baggage is something we all carry with us and we all need to work through. And I want you to know that this emotional baggage has to do not just with things that you created by yourself, but here with memories of loved ones and former loved ones, okay? Situations that you were put in that were maybe ahead of time, that you shouldn't have been put in as a child or as a teenager, ways in which you were harmed, hurt, and never listened to. And I see that that emotional baggage will come up in your love story, because when you are able to talk to someone who gets you and understands you and wants to help you kind of free yourself and heal from this emotional hardship and pain and the baggage, you will find that you will sleep so much better. you will find here that you and that person will be able to work through these things and just create a more harmonious love life, a love life in which you can get enough rest because you're not overthinking things, and there aren't things just like circulating in your mind that you've never been able to say to anyone or to get off your chest. So your love story is like lifelong therapy that's just built in because you've got someone you can really lean on and speak to. I also just want to use my dice to figure out with whom your love story will play out with. Okay, so, okay, I saw what sign it fell on despite the fact that I dropped the dice again. I don't know why, my gorgeous Aquarians, but when it comes to your reading, there's just very potent energy here. So this is the symbol of Virgo, which is an earth sign that's super analytical and that in a way has a very innocent streak to them. So this is a sign that you are meant to play your love story out with. Your person is either a Virgo in their sun, moon, or rising sign. And I would like you to know that this Virgo energy is the type of energy that grounds you and that calms you. So this is your match that you're meant to be with. I will just add 1 or 2 additional cards into your reading because Spirit is just telling me that we need this for Aquarius. There is additional information which has not yet been covered or shared. So let's see what we've got here. I intuitively can feel this is a message you're meant to receive. We've got the Page of Wands. Okay, so putting your foot down and being the person that is never afraid to speak up. I see that your love story will be very direct, very honest. There will be no lies. And the thing is, like, you are constantly bearing good news. I want you to know that you are a pretty popular person to be with in a romantic setting because you bring good energy, good vibes, good news everywhere. And the thing is, just like, overall, the type of energy that you've got is an energy of doing, of accomplishing, and therefore it's also good to have someone who is organized, such as Virgo, in order to help ground you and to remind you of time constraints, to remind you that sometimes it's good to focus on fewer projects, but to put your entire energy into it, your entire focus, because that way you will get it done faster and it will just overall be of higher quality, and then you can move on to the next thing that you want to do. So for someone who is rather scattered or all over the place or can sometimes just be a little chaotic, this is very helpful. Next up, we've got the Sun. I would like for you to know that this is a beautiful way for us to close off your reading because the Sun is one of the most favorable signs of the tarot. It shows enlightenment, it shows greatness, happiness, vitality, and assurance. So if you needed a sign about whether this is really your love story, about whom you're supposed to end up with, know that this is the closing sign within your reading that seals the deal. The Sun shows positive vibes. The Sun shows that there are amazing things ahead of you, romantically speaking, that you didn't expect, and a heart opening, okay? This trusting, this being more open than you've been before, and allowing someone in, okay? Bringing energy, light, and life into relationships and allowing others to do that for you as well. So, my gorgeous Aquarius babies, this is the reading that I have received for you for part 2 of your love story prediction. I truly hope that you enjoyed this, that you found it insightful. Please do leave a butterfly emoji below in the comment section to let me and others know that you were here, that you received your love story reading, and that you're an Aquarius baby. Thank you so much for spending this divine time and space with me, and I can't wait to connect with you during one of my upcoming readings. Hello, all of my beautiful Pisces babies, and welcome to the second, even more intricate part of your love story prediction and reading. I hope that you enjoyed part 1 of your reading, which you got to choose from during the intro of this video. But now let's delve more deeply into all things Pisces related, shall we? First up, I would like for you to know that your love story is going to be a wonderful recovery from any heartache, depressive states, and times filled with anxiety that you have experienced in connectivity to the subject of love. If love has made you feel anything but healed, recovered, like you are being held, then I want you to know that your love story is going to change that narrative. Finally, you are going to see here within recovery that your love story is with someone who is healing as well, who has already done a great deal of healing and recovering from their past, but they want to continue to do so with you. So it's like you've got someone who has your back, like you can see depicted here in this card. If you're sitting here in lotus position, your person is right behind you and they've got your back like your favorite sweater. That's the type of love story that is coming towards you and that is destined to be yours. So next up, we've got remain positive. If you have ever felt like your love story is so delayed, like everything is taking so much time, remain positive, my beautiful Pisces. You are truly not meant to overthink this, okay? Whatever will be, like that song goes. Just know here that anything but positivity, regardless of the situation, is a waste of time, okay? Regardless of whether you're single and wondering when your love story will commence, or if you're, for example, going through a rough time at your job, the only thing you can do is remain positive even through the hardships of life, and it is still better than if you allow for the hardships to shape the way you feel or to make you feel down and out. Forgive yourself for the many moments in which you allowed your emotionality to take over your feelings towards love. As a Pisces, you are a very sensitive and emotional water sign. That's what I would say a lot of people love you for, but I would also say sometimes it can make you feel like you are trapped, okay? Like when you're feeling down and out, remaining positive just seems like wishful thinking. So forgive yourself for still learning the art of always remaining full-hearted, always remaining positive, always keeping your spirit up. It's something I would say that you learn with time and that you have to practice through journaling, meditating, telling yourself that what you're doing is good or good enough, and also to just like forgive the mistakes that you've made. There's no point in dwelling on them. Within the next few weeks, something exciting is going to happen that relates to your love story. If you're single, don't be surprised if you meet your special someone within the next few weeks. And if you're here in order to receive confirmation that you're with the right person with whom your love story should play out with, so that means you're in a relationship or you're figuring out where you want to go with a situationship, know that within the next few weeks you will figure out precisely what this relationship is for you. Okay, there's going to be a huge shift, a huge change through action that's taken that will tell you exactly what you need to know about your relationship with this person and about your love story overall. Let's move further into your reading. We've got originality. So know here that your love story may be pretty unconventional. I also want to know in what way, like what house is affected, what astrological house are we dealing with? Okay, we're dealing with the 4th house, which I believe rules Cancer. The 4th house is literally the house of the home, the past, your family. So I want you to know here that if you have a bit of a crazy family, or you have just always kind of felt like you have a very particular way of living or wanting your home to look like, this originality is actually just going to add to your love story. It's not something to be concerned or worried about. It is a good trait when it comes to your love story, okay? Your originality is celebrated, is cherished, and is looked at as a huge plus, okay, a huge vibe in the relationship. Then we've also got new beginnings coming towards you. So understand here that your love story will mean a beginning of a new chapter in your life. And it's like you're rising like a phoenix from the ashes, like we've got depicted here. So if you are at a low, or you've already experienced your lowest moments, understand that you will not stay there, my beautiful Pisces, nor will your love story be built on what feels like an eternal low. Okay, your new beginnings will come very forcefully, and they will come with a lot of romantic power. And pretty early in, you'll already go on a vacation during your love story, and this will be like a reoccurring thing that you do in your love story. You will travel the world, you will see different places, you will take time for relaxation and adventure, because while you can sometimes be the type of person that overworks themselves or that just doesn't know when to stop, your partner with who your love story will play out with, he or she does know when enough is enough. And they are the type that will plan the vacations, pay for the vacations, organize everything around the vacations. And look at you, you're just like on the magic carpet, literally just enjoying the ride. Okay, you left your brain at home because you don't need it. All you can do is just relax. You know you're in safe hands. You know you're with a safe person who has a steady head on their shoulder and who just wants you to enjoy and see you happy after all of the hard work that you've put in. So let's see what spell you are meant to receive. This is a spell to cast out the bad energy, and I definitely also encourage you to pause the video here, take a screenshot so you can save this for later. This is how the spell goes. Here's an ancient way of casting out demons and bringing good things for your friendships and family. Buy a big bag of dried beans and invite all your friends over. In ancient times, many pagan people believed that beans contained evil spirits. This spell is ideally performed during an eclipse when that which is hidden is revealed. Go somewhere high in elevation and give everyone a handful of beans. Start throwing them down one at a time, with each toss calling out whatever you want to kiss goodbye. A job, a bad relationship, whatever your personal demons may be. After you have discarded all the discord from your life, you and your friends can celebrate the lifting of your burdens. Yes, I love this casting out the bad energy spell that you received. It sounds so fun. This sounds like a spell I actually want to practice myself, which I probably will already start preparations as soon as we have completed your reading. But let's move a little further into it. I'm getting more messages from Spirit in regards to Pisces and what you need to know about your love story. We are not at the end yet, by far not. Okay, you still have some messages coming your way. We've got the Seven of Swords for you. The Seven of Swords here shows me that when it comes to your love story, your ideas are really super valued and appreciated. So you are a huge teacher in the family that you're building, in the relationship that you're creating, because your opinion matters and it is trusted and valued. I see here within the 10 of Diamonds that when it comes to your love story, you are meant to have completion in the form of material things pretty quickly. So retiring is something that you're going to set out to do early, and you're going to be able to do that sooner than you expected. And the 10 of Diamonds also shows here that you will be with a financially sane and literate person, which is obviously a very, very calming relationship to be in when you're not always worried about how much they're spending, what they're doing, if they're up to anything that will cause financial losses. When you can just trust your person with the family finances, I would say that is one of the most essential things in a relationship. Because the thing within judgment is that you are not a judgmental person, and your love story is going to be free of judgment, but you also know when you're allowing more stress into your life than necessary, right? When someone just isn't acting the way that they should. And it's not that you're judging that, but you get to pick your partner, and you have come so far, you have worked so hard. You don't want to pick somebody who's just going to bring like discord, who is just going to bring challenges, heaviness into your life. You don't need that. Then you're better off by yourself. And by creating those boundaries, I see in the Six of Crystals, that's what makes your love story triumphant, because you have let people slide by your boundaries in the past, and you saw what kind of quote unquote bad and challenging effects that it had. You played the cool girl. You allowed for people to treat you however, and you pretended like, oh, well, I'm not going to cause a scene. And what happened? They just got comfortable disrespecting or mistreating you. They just got comfortable acting in a way that would never have any relationship survive in the long run. And here within the Six of Crystals, you're not doing that anymore. You're not a doormat. And you want to build a love story that will last. This is also your love story, not just theirs, where they are made to feel comfortable, where you coddle them. The thing is, like, you have certain wants and needs in a relationship, and you're not going to be giving out of your cup for someone else to not give back. And because you're setting those boundaries and you're making it clear that you are strong, that you've grown, that you won't accept any BS, okay, that you've come a long way, and you know what it means to set boundaries, and if you have to let go of the person because they can't respect those, you will, you become very dangerous sensually and romantically, because people will put you on a pedestal. They will value you and respect you, and honestly, it will almost be difficult for you to shake off suitors. I want you to know here that in your love story, over and over again, there will be people, even when you are in your committed relationship, who will flirt with you, who will say that they're in love with you, who will propose that, you know, why not just have a little extramarital affair? Why not just, you know, commit some adultery? Trust me, this is something that happens to Pisces a lot once they're empowered, because people can still feel that romantic softness that you just naturally have, but now it has like an edge. Now it has a little bit of danger, a little bit of unknowingness with it, which is just a thing that not many people are used to, and that just makes for a very, very seductive combination. So, I'm sorry, I just accidentally knocked our little glass here. Let's see what zodiac sign that your love story shall play out with, shall we? Oh, okay, we have got some Leo energy here. A confident, generous fire sign. Leo is honestly one of my favorite signs. I know Leo is too much for a lot of people. I love my little lions, my little Leos, and this is a great combination for you, my beautiful Pisces, because this is the type of confident, uplifting, loud energy that you need, because you are more of an empath, more of an internally living creature, okay? You are definitely more of an introvert. You are the type of person that can be a homebody to the degree that you really don't need to leave your house and you're super happy. And the thing is that having a little bit of extroverted energy can definitely add to your life in ways that you may have refrained from yourself because you just don't want to make yourself uncomfortable. But the thing is, like, the perfect partner, a great love story, plays out with somebody who makes you uncomfortable in good ways. Next up, we've got your tribe, your vibe. Now, my beautiful Pisces babies, I also would like you to know here that when it comes to your love story, all of your friend groups will merge, your families will merge seamlessly, because they just get the vibe, okay? You have certain family values, and so does your love story partner. And the thing is, like, those values just shine through. People don't even need to have that long of a conversation with you, and they can tell what type of individual that you are at heart. So I do see here that a strong connection with other people is actually a positive thing in your relationship and in your love story, because it just also gives a bigger group of second opinions in case there's something with work, in case there's any kind of life challenge that you're going through. You've always got someone that you can ask for help. And here within Confessions, I do see that your love story will require 100% transparency. So even if you had like an ex that cheated on you, that did you dirty, your love story needs the transparency so that your person knows how to not trigger you. And you know that you're with the right person when they tread lightly around different topics where there was a lot of suffering for you in the past, where you endured a lot of hurt, but they try their best to help you on your healing journey. They try their best to remove anxieties from you when it comes to these things. And they understand here that it's important to build you up rather than leave you in a challenging cycle. So they do the best that they can to be a support. And within Sacrifices, know here that your love story will definitely leave you feeling at times like you made sacrifices, but the right ones, because we always have to make sacrifices in life. We always need to decide what route we want to go towards. Are we in a committed relationship, or are we partying and having a good time? Are we going to sacrifice some of our time or some of what we want to do for children, for spouses, for family? And I do see that you're the type that always makes a lot of sacrifices, but Becoming Nobody also shows that you're rewriting your story and your love story, that a lot of these sacrifices are then also tilted towards you. Making sacrifices in the form of, okay, maybe you will just allow yourself to feel a little bit like a bad person just for 5 minutes, okay? Not longer than that, because you said no to everyone because you just want to spend a day by yourself in the spa, relaxing, recuperating, regaining your strength. That's what I can see here within Becoming Nobody, that you know you have amazing, very selfless traits, but you also have to take care of yourself so you can be like that in the long run. So you can be the type of person that is there for others, that cares for those that you love most, because if you don't love yourself, how can you, without any resentment, love somebody else, right? So my beautiful Pisces babies, this is the reading that I've received for you, and I hope that you enjoyed it and that you found it insightful. Feel free to let me know below in the comment section. I mean, like this. Sorry, you guys, this angle is new to me. I would say let's leave a little dragon emoji below in the comment section to let me and others know that you were here and that you enjoyed the second part of your love story prediction. I would like to thank you for spending this divine time and space with me, and I can't wait to connect with you during one of my upcoming readings.